Droxen go, Droxen go. Go Droxen go, Droxen go.
Wow. Hi, Brian. Hi, Pinky. Hi, Magpie. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Brian. Oh my god. Yeah, thank you. Bongo is turning to your favorite emote. So happy. I'm glad. Honestly, I kind of see that, yeah, it's like very constantly happy. I'm glad I made it that way. I can't say that it's on purpose, but hey, I'll take it. Also, I hope you are doing good. Welcome in. I had okay, here's the thing. I went to a coffee shop last night. It's called, I believe it's called Coffee Story. And you know that I always say that I don't drink coffee at nighttime, but last night, curiosity piqued. There is some weirdly named coffee in the shop, and I was like, it just looks kind of weird. I don't know what the coffee is. And then I ordered it. I don't even remember what it's called. Like, what's the name of the coffee? I don't know. I don't remember. It looks, maybe they made like their own name to it because the name looks very alien to me. And I was like, I want to have one of that, please. And I drank it. You know, once it arrived, I drank it. They were, you know, the store, the cashiers and the baristas were looking at me because I was like the only customer over there. They were eyeing on me because maybe because I ordered that one. No, maybe because I looked at maybe because I ordered that one that no one ordered. It's what I assume anyway, but I don't know why are they eyeing on me like that. Once I sit down with my coffee, they were like they were pretending to not look at me, but I can feel, you know, you can feel when people are looking at you, right? Yeah, that exact feeling. So I drank it. It was good. I don't know what to expect. It's just coffee with a hint of something that I don't. Is that a Theodore? Hi! Oh my god! Theodore, it's been a long time. How you doing? How was studies? How was everything? Oh my god. How does Tylra take a coffee? Cold brew? Got a natural cold brew from this little local shop because it looked cool and smooth and was made with liquid nitrogen, which sounded badass. Ooh, liquid nitrogen? Can you drink that? You're in Act 3 already? I don't think I am. I don't think I'm in Act 3 yet. Moisturize? I will. Thank you, Theodore. Oh my god, it's been a long time. Was way too bitter and simultaneously fruity, and I did not like it. I returned the glass because I did not want to be rude and leave it on the table completely full, and the barista was like, yo, I got you. Like, you like s'mores? You like s'mores? What s'mores? Some more? And that's a really cool barista. But you went through the Temple of Shah. Is Temple of Shah Act 3? I don't know. She made a whole ass drink that should taste like s'mores. And my basic bitch ass drink that shit was delicious. I'm alright. Just been busy as usual, but decided to check out on you. Ooh. How are you? I'm doing very fine. Funny enough, the hectic months are kind of ending, so all good, all good. I'm feeling pretty good now. Yeah. And I'm glad to know you're doing good too. Temple of Shire's entrance to Act 3 from what I've seen. Or at least it's a point of no return at the end. I found a place to go to Baldur's Gate in somewhere in the Shadow Field. Somewhere, but I don't remember. I don't think I'm in Act 3 yet. I'm still exploring like Road to Baldur's Gate. I think that's it. After Merdeka Day yesterday, everyone's having a break now. Yeah, look, I even forgot that yesterday is Hari Merdeka. I'm not Malaysian. Oh god. I don't know why saya bukan orang Malaysia sudah. Satu Malaysia. We must love Satu Malaysia. That was a bait, I believe, because there's a huge absolute camp in front of the distance. Oh, I didn't know that. It's okay. I will explore more today, of course. Until I finish this game, I will do my absolute bestest to like just explore everything that I can. Yeah. Moonrise? I'm not even at Moonrise yet. Isn't Moonrise like our ultimate goal? Alright, I'm just gonna opt out the game. I don't know. Close. Here. Close this one. Open up. I want to play. Shah is final goal, Act 2. I didn't even see Shah yet. Do we have to kill Shah? I'm getting spoiled. No. I bulldoze the place and it's like, oh, by the way, this is the point of no return. You spam the game so fast. Don't know why I feel kind of sleepy today. Weird. Even though I had like so many... I have a lot of coffee this morning. One of a fight that was not friendly. Tossing barrel bombs at enemies. I got Uno reverse barrel bomb back in the Shadow 800 to dead. 100? Health? There's enemies that throw barrel bombs? Shit. You're too fast already. Not even down, just full dead? Cool. Cool. Yeah, it didn't say if I'm at like Act 2 or Act 1 or Act 3. Back to work, go home. You have fun with Balters. Good luck with work and studies and everything, Theodoric. Good luck. And of course I can have fun. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's nice seeing you again, Theodoric. Go for election vote. Oh, there's an election going on in at your place? Oh shit. Then get munch. Yeah, you go get munch. It's it's about time to get lunch, I would say. Stretch the bone. I will. Yeah. You know, sometimes I wish the game would load faster, but then I realized that it's my PC. My PC can hardly handle this game. I was like, yeah, sure, okay. I forgot. Oopsies? Question mark. Oopsies? Question mark. Alright, we're done with... Oh yeah, the library. Now we're gonna find the spear before we continue anywhere. Yeah, which is why we're in the library. We open up some... Okay. Is it this one? Gas pit. Disarm. 2D1? Oh my god. You know what? I got this. E.G. I lied. I didn't got this. Oh god. Oh. Black tentacles? A gas pit that has tentacles? Good gods, what is this game? Oh my god. I think that's enough. You give a 1 guidance, oh my god. Not like this guidance, oh my... Oh! That looks a little bad. Yeah, I got this. There we go, finally. What does black tentacles do? Let's not try it. Yeah, let's not try it. Astarion is stepping on...
Looks like a trap.
Oh shit. Well, Astarion's dead. Astarion doesn't want to get out. It would be kind of funny to see Astarion die here, right?
That nearly ended me.
Well, yeah, get out of there, stupid! Oh no. Can you not move?
What to do?
Oh, someone's gonna die again. Oh, saved? Get out, get out.
Something over there.
You are stupid.
What now?
Please get out. Thank you.
How many die today? How many die tomorrow?
Oh my god. Let's just say that was kind of stupid. Aduh, mak. That's not enough. Oh.
Don't be shy.
Okay, everyone stay here. Why's my voice gone?
Darling, shall we?
A long way to go still.
No time to rest.
Here we go. Oh, that's bad. You know, I always love guidance when guidance will always give me a 4. Oh my god. Guidance always give me a 4 when my roll is really low. Oh. Nice.
What can silence the night song?
What can silence the night song? I don't know what can silence the night song. Charon initiate notes. If the rumors are true, the answer lies within the pages of these books. It must do. A hidden way to become first among all dark justiciars. How can I not pursue such a prize? It does not matter if I was not commanded to walk this path. Lady Shah would surely admire my cunning and tenacity. I will scour every page, devour every word. I must find this relic. I must win a place at her right hand. So is it? You think I'm in the secret? Huh? I mean, it is something that I have to put into the thing, right? I mean, if it's something that I need to put into the thing, what? Need to stop doing that. Nothing? Okay, it just does nothing. Why is there water noises? What can silence the night song? What is the night song?
What can silence the night song?
How would I know? A book? I mean, a book would silence me. Oblivion? Oh. Oh, and then the black tentacle just sprouts?
With a flick of the wrist.
Oh, wait a minute. That is a 2 critical successes. Well, yeah. Silence the night song. What even... See, the thing is, I don't even know what night song is. How am I supposed to silence something that I don't know what it is? Oh goodness, I don't know. Yeah, the Spear of the Night is there, I need. What can silence the night song? A dagger?
What can silence the night song?
I mean... Death also means silence, question mark? Yeah, I disarm all the traps so I can just do whatever I want. With no consequence, e.g. Necromancer? Necromancy of Day? No? Amethyst? See, now here comes the hard part, because the game doesn't tell me if I have the items or not. Maybe I have it. Bed for you? Okay. Have good sleep, Brian. Lovely corset. Yeah, the corset is really good. I don't want to change it. I love it. Have good sleep, Brian.
Watch your back.
I mean, if it's not a dagger,
Whatever it takes.
the artifact? Idol Salunite? Idol Saluna? No?
Attention!
That's a really strong salami. Nine to 18 damage. Mmm.
At least things have stayed interesting.
I kind of miss the power of salami, to be honest. Yeah, I want my salami back. There we go. Mmm. The perfect weapon. Well, I'm a little lost.
Very well.
Only those who have proven themselves worthy to the mystery of night invite to look upon the secrets. 4 controls adorn these walls. 1 permits entry. Place yourself at the center of the sanctum. Seek the northwest corner, but be wary. Enter here unwelcome, the darks will be quick to find you. Where? Hi, Jade. I think I found a non-hostile Kobo. Where? She's lavender in color. Where? Oh god. Oh my god, you! I cannot believe it! How you doing, G? Welcome in. I mean, I cannot even interact with the buttons anymore. So, funny storm came by neither did I or my house liked it. There was a lot of water. Well, there wasn't supposed to be a lot of water. Oh my god. No, that sounds horrible. Storm? Did I gonna assume your house survived? Just there's a lot of yeah. Well, there's a lot of water inside. Oh, still, everything is fine for you.
Soldier.
Shah's blessings upon you.
Yes.
It got flooded, right? But it's standing. I only faced with a flood that's not even as only a mild flood in my house. But yeah, flood is no joke. My floorboard's 100% fucked, but it didn't burn down or fall, so... I'm gonna find some replacement. You know, it's like count our blessings, so... Yeah. But still, a storm, huh? Gosh.
What can silence the night song?
I don't know what can silence a night song. Torch? Bloody amulet? A kobold? Can a kobold silence night song? No, not kobold. Okay. Incense? Smoking pipe? Skull? Bone? A bloodstone? No way it's gonna be books, right? There's no way. The fuck?
I'll take that.
So did I do it or did I not do it? Which book was it again?
A couple turns should do it.
Right. Did I not do it just now?
What can silence the night song?
It was this one. It's forgetting and loss, okay. But it doesn't open. Did I mess up? Maybe I need to open up this one, then it will work. No? The correct book is a singer. Singer? What do you mean there's no singer? How did I get this? Wait, can I just like...
What can silence the night song?
What? Fucking was it not this one? Where did the book go?
What can silence the night song?
Oh, I got 3 now.
What can silence the night song?
Oh, it's all gone now. What? I thought I found infinite money glitch. Wait, no, so I have to do this, and it's wrong, and I do this, it became 4? No, yeah, okay.
What
It's the
can
infinite
silence the
money
night
glitch. I had to put in own secret, fail this one, and then put leather bound tomb, and then it become 5. Infinite money glitch! Oh my god! We found it! We found it! Infinite money glitch! Itchy! I mean, now I know how to earn money. Singer. Nothing is anywhere. I mean, there's only this place that I cannot get in. Oh, I already got in. Do they have books? Do you have books? Do you have Singa? I had the book by the time I reached there. Didn't have to lockpick the gate. I mean, I have to lockpick the gate because I have to get out. I don't have the right book. It's gone. I mean, it's not that it's gone. I didn't even went to like shops or some shit. Weird. Oh yeah, the rat will kill me. Look at this. Look at this. What are you doing? Ow, fuck. Maybe I need to get up. Just ignore the rat and get in. Did I bug the game somehow? Is that even possible for me to bug the game somehow? That's a little spooky. Why? Oh, oh, I know this place. Oh, it's a shortcut. Right.
Join an army, became an army. Leave!
Brave the gauntlet of Lady Shah. Test body, mind, and spirit with her trials. Glory awaits the few who succeed.
Poor rat. I didn't do anything to the rat. Is this the gauntlet of Shah? Reconstituted marksman. Oh, it looks like. As in his situation. Oh. Did you know something that I don't? I mean, of course you know something that I don't, but I don't know what this situation is. Don't tell me. You bulldozed as in you killed everyone? You're so mean, you're killing rats! Everyone except the rats? Oh. Red is sad. Are they sad? They just want to kill me. Me no touch red. Alright, don't touch the black tentacles now. Yeah. Alright, there's some fight ahead of us.
Nice little nap.
Alright, careful about the rat now. Thing was here. I mean, I assume there's gonna be fights since there's like reconstituted skeletons there.
I'm ready.
No more spell slots? Oh god. Did the game update or something?
Careful. I lied.
The context menu shows up so fast now. See what I mean? I think the game updated. Yeah, that's good enough.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Let's try and finally got range upgraded, so new hat, new bow, new ring. Damn. That's a lot of stuff. They don't look that strong? Do I need to fight them? I mean, they look like they're in the fighting position. Oh.
Hurry inside, or your racket is liable to.
Yeah. The shadow coming.
Rancid donkey scrotum! The quakes herald the shadows!
Rancid donkey scrotum. Oh, I'm dead. We're dead. I didn't even do long rest. I'm dying. I'm dead. I'm dead. Hi. You are just empty shell. The rest can take care of that one. Let's get this one. Who likes fire? Oh, oh, oh! We? What do you mean not enough movement? Oh, sorry, that wrong button. Mmm. Then we hide.
Ready or not?
Do I still have pass without trace? No, right? It's okay. I have advantage on stealth checks. I think. I'm not too sure.
Some blood.
That's a little far.
Aye, aye.
Oh wait, that's actually good damage. Okay, that's pretty good.
No choice but to keep going.
Alright, here comes Salami. Salami! Oh, damn. I think you can do that again, huh?
Have to keep going.
Salami! Yeah, it's too far. Hi Drake. Hello, how you doing?
Got to move.
Yeah, I think I can just destroy all the portals. Ignis! There we go. That's all the portal gun. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Hope you're doing well, Drake. One more. Nice. That was easy. What's going on? Why are we fighting without turn-based?
You picked the right fight, friend.
Oh, hi. Wait, there's more. What is this? Okay.
A better position.
Alright, all good, all good. No, I don't think I need to use fire arrow for... Oh, that's a big one. Maybe I need, yeah. I'm good? Nice, good to know. Pew. That's a big one.
Never a dull moment.
Oh, I used my action. Didn't I get my extra attack here?
Swift as my feet can carry me. Boom!
We take those. That works. Oh yeah, I did give Shadowheart a mobile. So Shadowheart can really run around the place. Ignish! Nice! Oh, this one is dead. This one is so dead. What? What? Damn, poor bones. Nice. Oh. Oh. There's someone talking. Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. You? Nice. Pew? That's not bad.
On the way.
Nothing important is ever easy. Here we go again.
Pew?
Best be on my way.
I think that's all the... Yeah, that's all the bottle. I think I can punch you to death. Oh, damage. Just gonna bonk.
Bye forever, pal. Tactical.
Oh. I think that's not bad. But why?
Got to press on.
What's button do in addition to weapon attack? Oh. Oh, oh. I don't know what that is, but that's cool. I love my PC. It's like, help, help. Nuh-uh. 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 Yours. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that bone's dead. Nah. Whoa, cool. Oh yeah, there's no disadvantage. Crossbow master, baby. Crossbow master.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Bonk. Oh god. Eek.
Let's go.
Only 2 left.
Open up.
Nice.
Jimmy on the go.
At least there's 1 bone left. Ignish. Oh, no more bones. Nice. Too dark? Shit. There we go. Pew pew. Another one? Pew. Sorry, that's... Pew. Pew.
Another fight. Let's go. Light on my feet.
Oh, my out of key points. Oh god. Bonk. No damage. Bonk. Keek. Okay, maybe salami is not a good idea, but all good.
Karlak, it's go time. Knees high. Come on, Karlak. Show him who you are.
Damage. Yeah, that's the... Or not. That could happen.
Ready.
Boom.
Need everyone alive and fighting.
Check you.
Onward.
Nice. Ow. Nice. Even more nice. $2.11. 6.14. 7.15. Okay, so main hand the same. I have no disadvantage. Get in.
Still on my feet.
Bonk. Nice. Slapped. Nice. Get slapped with salami. Salami slap. We love to see it.
These boots have seen everything.
No surrender.
Oh, why am I blinded? Nice. Oh. Hi. Wait a second. Wait, let me do a long rest real quick before I talk
Do
to
you
that
know
thing.
what happens when a devil is struck down on this charming plane of existence? It returns to the hells, to the very point where it last stood before venturing to whichever devil-forsaken plane it died on. In the case of our friend Yrgir, the Orthon you so handily dispatched in the Temple of Shah, he manifested in my House of Hope.
Oh.
He returned to me chastened but intact. His wounds healed, his body restored. He thought I would dismember him. But he has his uses. So instead, I am re-educating him.
We delivered the devil. Now I want what I'm owed. We had a deal.
Indeed, we did. I discovered all there is to know about those scars of yours. It's a rather grim tale.
Wait, the Kobo? I will
Even for my
moisturize.
sins.
Let me just sleep for 8 hours real quick. Yeah. Just a mere 8 hours, don't worry about it. He killed Orton. How tough was the fight? He barrel bombed me on 2 different save attempts. I nearly did it on my 3rd attempt as well. I first attempted it, but I got very lucky in most cases. I was just trying to like throw potions everywhere to heal everyone, and then just spam mass healing with Shadowheart, and then just trying to cheese out the where the boss is. It's a fun fight, I like it. Spirit, this sounds fascinating. Now, let's be firm about this. Stop stalling, let us know.
As you wish. Brace yourself, Astarion. We're about to unveil your destiny. Carved into that ivory skin of yours is one part of an infernal contract between the archdevil Mephistopheles and your former master, Cazador Zar. In full, the contract states that Cazador will be granted knowledge of an infernal ritual so vile it has never been performed. The rite of profane ascension. It promises to be a marvelous ceremony, very elaborate, incredibly ancient, and entirely diabolical. If he completes the rite, he will become a new kind of being, the Vampire Ascendant. All the strengths of his vampiric form will be amplified, and alongside them he will enjoy the luxuries of the living. The arousals and appetites of man will return to him, and unlike Astarion, he will have no need of a parasite to protect him from the sun. But the ritual has its price, as all worthwhile things do. Lord Cazador will need to sacrifice a number of souls, including all of his vampiric spawn, if he is to ascend. Imagine how he felt then, when one of those precious spawns simply disappeared into thin air. The only missing ingredient is Astarion. You are the final piece he requires to complete the ritual. Your scars bind you to it. Your soul will set off a very wave of death, bringing Cazador his twisted life. And that, my tragic and toothsome friend, is that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have business elsewhere.
Shit, that's grim. Don't think I like that. That's all you have to say? You're quiet. That's unsettling. Yeah.
It's a lot to take in.
Yeah.
What do you think I should do?
I think you should run. If Cazador can't find you, he can't complete his ritual. You will never be free while Cazador lives. There's a way to become a living vampire that must mean a lot to you. We can't let Cazador complete the ritual. He could unleash terrible horrors. Like, yeah, the third one is what I would say. Astaran will never be free if Cazador lives. But does that mean we have to fight Cazador? Like, we have to kill Cazador somewhere? But I mean, sure, I guess. Yeah, why not?
I hate how right you are.
Yeah.
I knew he wouldn't leave me alone, even when I was just another wretched toy for him to play with. But if I'm the key to this power he craves, he'll hunt me to the ends of Faerun. I need to take the fight to him, and I need you to help me.
After we dealt with our tadpole problem, yes, I'll help you then. Of course I'll help. We'll hunt him down and kill him. If he comes for you, I'll defend you. But we are not risking an attack on his lair. Not a chance. Of course I'll help Astarion. No, of course I'll help.
Thank you.
Have you encountered the Gift Assassin Squad? Don't think so? Scratcho!
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Scratcho! Oh my god, you're the best dog, you're the best dog. You're the best dog. Scratcho, best dog. Level 9 grew gifts of 5, I think? No, I don't think I've seen them.
I guess I can take care of myself. I mean, I've gotten this far.
Cool.
Thy wheel of fate. Dost thou require a new ally? Very well. Impossible. 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 Impossible.
Alright, you're the best with us. It's always so nice talking to you. Wow, look at Lazo. Pick somewhere that's so high up. Jeez.
Full-fledged vampires are not so easily slain. Astarion's master will be no exception. Fortunate for him, slaying monstrous fanatics is a pastime of ours.
Lamau Lazo. I mean, true, I guess. To some extent.
How much further can I go?
Need something?
Oh, Carla has something to say. Hi, Mummy K.
Hey, soldier, well, I'm not feeling so good.
No.
My engine is getting worse. Feels like it's going to burst out of my chest.
I think it's my fault. Demon died.
Without a mechanic, you might need to get used to a slowly overheating tiefling at your flank.
There's no more mechanic. What happens if we can't tune you up in time?
Well, I imagine it's lights out, Big K. And then it'll be just you, your parasite, and the wild yonder. I'm sure
No.
you'd manage. But this old girl's got a few things to do before it comes to that.
No, that's great. I don't. I cannot find another. And I cannot find another mechanics engineer?
Wish I could say I was surprised about Cazador's pact. Where blood, death, and betrayal parade, you can bet your ass a devil is riding Grand Marshal. We're going to keep Astarion safe. On my life, Cazador won't touch him.
Damn, Karlach. See, this is why I love Karlach so much. Karlach number 1, Astarion number 2. Come on. Astarion number 2. Like, what's not to love about Karlach? Holy shit. Gale?
I can't imagine how Astarion must be feeling. The terms of your own condemnation carved into your skin. A monster's actions. And monsters do not deserve such power as that ritual promised. When the time comes, Astarion will have his revenge, I'm sure. And it will be richly deserved. But not yet. So, what can I do for you?
Nothing.
It seems like Cazador used Astarion's flesh not as a canvas, but as a contract. We haven't heard the last of this, I'll wager.
Are you saying that Raphael is hiding something? Question mark? Wow, that's bold. Hi, Wheel.
Our very own vampire's the missing pawn in his master's deadly game. Now, how about we go and reverse Cazador's fortunes?
Yeah, I like how you think. I like how you're thinking about it.
Yes? You have news?
No, no news. Don't know where Catholic is. I don't have news for you.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Scratch you. No, I love Scratch so much. Oh my god. I can't. Why is Scratch so adorable? What? I love Scratch. Oh my god.
You smell very delicious, but I will not bite you.
Mmm.
More.
More.
Nice here.
Okay, same.
Cave yes. Fun.
Owlbear is so... It's so chunky though. It's an owlbear, it's so chunky. It's a thick one.
Something's on my mind.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
I love Scratch. Oh my god, Scratch is the best doggo. I'm gonna cry. Get him. Oh my god. I'm gonna melt. Alright, I'm good. No one dies, no one dies. Please don't kill anyone. Okay, okay. Cool, no one dies. Are you stuck?
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
What do you intend to do about Cazador's ritual?
Before anything else, I need to know where it's happening.
Oh,
To
fair.
the public, Cazador is an ordinary noble, a little reclusive perhaps, but just another of the great and the good of Baldur's Gate. He has a grand palace on the hills of the gate, where he hosts the city's high society. I don't know if he performed the ritual there. It feels too public. He'd risk exposure.
The giant gothic monstrosity has been inhabited by vampires this whole time. Raphael is playing a dangerous game, giving you Mephistopheles secrets. We should ask around once in the city. Maybe someone's heard something.
I hope so, because I am not striking another deal with Raphael. Knows what he demand this time.
Ooh.
But if the citizens of Baldur's Gate don't know anything, my brothers and sisters might. Cazador is a master of secrets, but the other spawn must have seen something.
That is a fair point. You know, which is also why Spy works so well. Alright, now let's talk to that big guy.
Anything of use?
Gosh, everything is so heavy. I don't like it. Okay, I need one bone, because that one singular bone is what Scratch gave me. Got to go. See you. Have a good stream. Thank you, Drake. I'll have a good stream. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. Oh, wait a minute.
Can't keep me out.
What? 30? 7 to 10. I need... I can only crit success this one. Well, yeah, Oh, I can skip this? Stinky? And dragons, hi! Stinky. There's no way. There's no way. There has to be a key, question mark? Ghoul medic. Oh, it's Balthazar. Isn't Balthazar bad? Commander of the Reborn Undead. Also, I hope you're doing good, dragons. Immune to control undead. Turn resistance. Undead? You look very alive though. You don't seem mega strong. But then again, there is this guy. Why do they all have resistance? Receive if this entity takes fire damage, it receives disadvantage on attack rolls and ability. Oh. Will go berserk if its health diminish. Balthazar is a demon. Magic resistance, okay. Alter someone's form with no effect on affected entity. Spell plus 5 bonus to saving throws against spells that will remove it from this plane. Magic resistance. So you don't like fire. But you have magic resistance. Weird. Maybe the key is in there. Okay, I don't think I want to use salami here. I don't think... just saying, I think salami is a bad idea. I mean, as much as I love salami. Right. Salami.
Maybe I need more pockets. What's inside?
Flash Golem is no biggie. Maybe to you, but I don't know. You too strong. I'm going in.
A good one, not the one with them.
Hi.
Finally, we can talk face to face.
What?
Not just any true soul would have succeeded in following my path through this place. You should be pleased.
I thought a better right under your nose, whether you are and some help would have been useful. True soul, both of you, to assume I'm a comrade. Who are you?
You are a true soul. There is no excuse for you to not recognize your betters. But never mind. Your potential may outweigh your ignorance. I am Balthazar, Chief Advisor to General Thorm, and entrusted with a mission of utmost importance. Do you know what is at stake here?
Probably not. God, everything is so expensive. Here, let me give you all the junk and let me get your money first. See, all the things that I cannot use, it's yours. Look at the incense, they sell for so much money. Which is why I'm getting all the incense possible. Ooh, there we go. There, enjoy incense. Enlighten me. Judging by how you're cowering in here, your survival, bard history, you've sure you've read of a notable Balthazar before, but where? -1 intelligence, but I have advantage. Oh god. Yeah, sure, well, I kind of want to roll again just for this one. Yeah, I'm rolling again. Might be a waste.
You remember an ancient scroll rescued from an Amcathran monastery. It spoke of Balthazar, the monastic order's leader. Specifically, it recorded his death.
I recall tales of Balthazar the monk. I must say the legend don't do you justice.
He didn't seem very legendary when I took his name. Naught but a pile of bones. Impressive tomb, though. But enough idle chatter. Keep to the matter at hand. You do know what's at stake here, yes?
Enlighten me.
There is a relic here. One which General Thorn desires. No, needs. I will retrieve it for him, and you will help me. Ignorant you may be, you've shown some prowess in scouting and combat by making it this far.
This necromancer has Kethric's trust. Helping him could be just what you need to gain access to the man himself.
I want to kill him though. Yeah. I don't like this person. Or even I don't think I like this wasp person. Undead. I don't like. Me no likey. I hate. No, I don't like. Me no likey. I'm sure I can find Catherick Thorn somewhere. I mean, even by killing this person, I'm sure I can find Catherick Thorn myself. Can I decline afterwards? You know what? I'm gonna say I'm gonna help you, but I'm gonna kill you afterwards.
I do not need you or your help. But you are here in spite of that, so I may as well make use of you.
That's not what you said just now.
Close, but the way is barred and Shah's dead are uncooperative. Clear the path for me by blade, cunning, or whatever it takes. I will remain here until you have succeeded. Or fallen.
I'd trust this gas bag about as far as I can throw him, which isn't far. But perhaps better to play along for now.
Alright, I agree, Shadowheart. Konnichiwa, cutie. Oh! Konnichiwa, Nita. Oh my god. Hello. Hope you're very genki desu. I'll see what I can do. What exactly would you be doing while I'm out risking myself? Persuasion? You have resources to spare. Give me something to aid my search. About the orphan in these ruins, friend or foe to you? That sounds like a problem, not mine. You have resources to spare. Give me something to aid my search. Yeah, give me something. Come on. I hate this game sometimes. No, this game, I swear to god. Fine.
I think not. You seem a capable type, and I'll need to keep myself well protected in this place.
Fine. About the author in these ruins, friend or foe to you?
The devil is of no relevance to my goal. Besides, it seems you handled him well enough. I no longer hear that blasted singing of his.
Huh.
Perhaps I will seek out his carcass, should I be afforded the opportunity. Surely there are some parts I could put to use.
I'll see what I can do.
Do not fail me.
Aww.
If you do, you'll join the ranks of my creations and be forced to try again. Embalming fluid and a pipette.
Did you guys say to play along for now? Oh, okay, they don't hate me as much. Good to know. Oh, thanks for the pet, Nita. Oh my god.
Bring me a liver. And I don't want to see any white marks on it. Back, or I feast.
I think if we stand here, it'll be a better fight, question mark?
Where's that bloody embalming fluid?
Medic? 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 They're medic? Wait, so they heal? Hi.
Not lost your nerve, I hope. I tend to remove those from my creations. Too much fuss.
No, I just... I love how that's a... that's a choice. No, I just decided to kill you instead. Nothing much about it. Just sort of came back. No, have a bit of a change of heart, I would say. Just kind of wanted to maybe stab a knife to your back or something. I don't know, something like that. Yeah, I don't care. I'm gonna kill Balthazar. Don't worry about it. No, I just decided to kill instead.
Kill me? Death is my ally, fool.
Well, we'll see how you do. Are you immune to anything? Okay, at least you're not immune to fire. Oh. Oh. Hi, Carnine. I'm gonna do this one. Looks like good damage.
Let us make short work of this.
Opportunity attack? What? Nice. Not nice. Ow! Okay, since when I'm encumbered? What the fuck? Yo, why are you bonking? Okay.
Let's finish this.
Okay, no one's encumbered.
I got this.
I mean, at least raging, I get the bonus action dash. I'm still gonna rage because I'm still rage impeded. Karlach will do this. Cool. I pressed the wrong button, but I'll take it.
This way.
Oh, why? I need to kill this thing fast. Wait, how much is it? How much are you hastening? For 3 turns? +2 armor class advantage on dexterity saving throws and movement speed is double. It can take 1 additional action per turn. Shit. Becomes lethargic after 3 turns. I didn't know the haste could last for 3 turns. I'm threatened. I can do sneak attack. Oh, deals double damage on that? Well. Please work. Ah, fuck. I thought I don't have disadvantage on... We take those. That's kinda bad. Oh, I forgot about this.
Have to keep going.
Hi, how you doing? Oh, high defense! Uh-oh. Oh, nice.
Very well.
That's how this works. Too dark and poisoned. Oh, shit. Oh my god, just a pixel away. I'm so mad. Oh, I could just pull. But it's only 36%. I can't. This is so sad. I don't know what to do. This is so sad. I mean, 25%. How bad on it? Fair enough. It is only 25%. Cloud kill. Damn, your movement is oh. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. It's kinda bad. I'll kill you first. Yeah, one less enemy is one less enemy. What?
I'm heating up. That was a bonus action.
Imagine if Kobo passes Baldur's Gate and there's no Kobo at all. The whole journey had no reason to begin with. That's very sad though. Is there really no Kobo? I want a Kobo. But Kobo...
Striking down my body will be the end of me.
That's a lot of damage somehow. I'm hiding. I don't know, Baldur's Gate is technically not a place for anything. Just a tear in the materia of reality or some shit. Demons like it, no? Really? So Baldur's Gate is not real? That's wild. Ow. That's bad. That's not bad. We're going. Oh my god. Alright, Shadowheart. Wake up. The perks of being a bard. See if I can kill. Oh, close. I might be dead.
You shall live to regret this. Perhaps not for long.
Ooh, this is bad. Oh, there's no potion on you, I forgot. Oh wait, you have. Did that not work? This game sucks, I swear to god sometimes, they piss me off. It clearly highlighted the character, what do you mean? I don't understand this game sometimes. Great. That's what I get. That's actually what I get. I don't get it, man. That is actually what I get. I threw the potion, it highlighted on them, and it did not heal them. That kind of pissed me off. This is not right. This is actually not right. I can't do that, right? Am I still invisible? No, okay, that beats my invisible. Oh, I should have used the poison. Yeah, I should have used the poison. It's okay. Can't like do this huge thing. Oh, cage. It's very real, which is not something you can traverse.
At them ready.
It's like because it's fictional.
Ready for another round?
Poison target must succeed considering saving throw, become paralyzed and poisoned. Are you immune to poison? Yes, you are very immune to poison. But you are not immune to paralyzed though. Inoculated crawler, what? Against and can okay, okay. Woo!
What path lies before me?
Fire. Hey yo, what the fuck? I don't think I have potion. Yeah, I don't. Also, I forgot to drink. I kind of forgot to drink elixirs. Yeah. It helps, I guess.
Put 'em up.
Symmetry become poison and fall asleep. Yeah, well, how about this? Saved! Oh! Oh, wow! Eek. Damn! Ooh. This is mega shiny.
Take cure off.
Fading fast. I need healing.
Take cure off.
God, it hurts! Yeah, look at everyone's health. Of course it hurts. Yeah, I have to do one more.
Feeling fresh?
Alright. Cloud kill. Craft a large cloud that inflicts 5 to 40 poison damage per turn. You can reposition the cloud every turn.
More for me.
That was kinda scary. Surgery kit. Oh wait, that's a rock. Eh. Nice. Oh, another broken moon lantern. Loon lantern. That pixie? Oh my god, that is an actual dead pixie. Ooh. Ooh. Oh shit, I'm not taking that. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I'm not taking that.
The mirrors here seem to not reflect light, but devour it.
I should find a merchant soon. Alright, now what? Now what? Now I just need to like sort of try to break through this door.
Bet I can crack that open.
Only a crit success can open this up. Yeah, it's 7 to 10. Even 19 is not enough. I'm gonna give it a few try. I'm trying this because I have advantage. Which kind of means that every turn I get to roll 2 dice, so that's twice the chance. So why not, right? Also, I have quite a bit of thieves tools, so I'm pretty sure it's gonna be fine. Just use a few of them. Of course, not using inspiration here. Oh my god, I cannot. Why are the rolls so shitty now? Not even the 2-digit? Come on, come on. What? There's the 2-digit. It's kind of hard, I have to say. Oh, there it is. Nice, we got him. The Tutrisuaru. I don't like this. Ooh, purple flame. Is there really no traps around this? Oh my god. There really is no traps. Transposition? Teleport whenever you fire this arrow? Another infernal iron? See, the thing is, I have multiple infernal iron, but I just... No, all the mechanics just died. They cannot blame me for this, right? The wearer deals an additional 2 points of damage against creatures that are illuminated. That's kinda weird. Also, where's the spear?
Hey, hello, cannot understand. Where are the subtitles?
Did I not open the subtitles? No, the subtitles are here. Hi, Dab. No, it says the spear is here. See that? Ooh. Gosh, weird. Oh. What? Oh, why was that so jank? Oh, dink? Okay, I would dink. Hope you're well. I'm pretty well. I drink a bunch of coffee and I feel good. Hope you're well too. Welcome in. Hmm? Well, I cannot find the spears somehow. Where? Why? Actually, I didn't even listen to what Balthazar has to say about all of that. Oh, nice. Like, what did Balthazar even say? I don't... Hi? Oh, hi. Since when you're here? Hmm? Study the rat's appearance. Oh, sure, I guess. Four, thank you. Let's go. Nice.
The rat has a thick coat and dark, staring eyes. Old, but in good health.
Do you attack me? Oh, you don't attack me. I'm sad, can't play BG3 all. Ooh. Something happened? That you cannot play BG3? Why is the spear not there? That has to be the treasure room, but... I mean, I still haven't found the heckin' singer book. big update they dropped may have irreparably messed up your saved up. What? It got glitch request into thinking I did something I totally did not. Oh no, that sucks. Oh, what the hell? That's not right.
Here we go.
Brave the gauntlet of Lady Shah. Test body, mind, and spirit with her trials. Glory awaits the few who succeed.
Orders from B. I mean, I never thought an update could break the game so much. Hey, close attention. Seek the means to access the relic. Search in D library. Do not deviate. Do not fail. Return promptly. B. The B should be Balthazar, right?
Her most vaunted treasure.
Oh, I'm trespassing.
They should all be running.
Now, it completely changes the ending I'm walking towards if the game continues thinking I did the thing. That's messed up. That's very messed up. That's not right. But then again, I don't know if there's a way to like fix that, since you know, I know nothing of the IT stuff. Also, there's multiple endings in this game. It's kind of wild. Send in the ticket for report I sent my save file to. Hopefully they resolve that. Because I do get the feeling of trying to work towards a particular thing and it just messes up unconventionally. Like, that's just wrong, man. Excuse me? There's like 1,600 different endings? But only a few very large different endings. Oh, so like, including all the minor endings, there's like 1,600. But the big ones, like significant endings, there's only like a few. Matters who you kill and who you save. Oh. Ah, well, I think I killed quite a bit of people. They say about this closed section one. Four controls to join these walls, one permits entry. Place yourself at the center of the sanctum, seek the northwest corner. Enter here and welcome, the darkness will be quick to find you. Is he mentioning about this room right here? That I'm trying to find the singer book that I cannot find. I don't have the book. Oh, this is another treasure room, so it has to be in here.
What can silence the night song?
I found a new book just now. Which one is it? The soft step? No. It has to be Teachings of Loss, I think. Also, that's a bug, by the way.
What can silence the night song?
I can have infinite leather bound tomb. Oh wait, no! Stop stepping on the tentacles! Oh, stupid! I forgot. Everyone's dead.
Don't burn yourself.
How delicious.
What's next, I wonder?
Come on, let's go.
Did I not aid everyone?
What am I to do?
Wait, what? Hi, Nanok. Oh my god.
Go Dro, yip.
Go Dro, yip. Oh my god. Thank you, Nano. Also, hi. Thanks for the sub. Big appreciate. Oh my god. And click G or C? G. Oh, C?
Unseen as I was taught.
Oh, C is hide. Oh, G. Oh. Oh, group hide is shift C.
Keep low and quiet.
Is it?
Quiet as a mouse.
Oh, that's so good.
Unseen. Perfect. Perfectly hidden.
Team Teabag. Team Teabag.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Alright, good to know.
What can silence the night
Thanks
song?
for that. Hope you're doing good, Nano. Welcome. And thanks, big thank yous for the supple. Is it this one? Okay, once I get the invalid combination, I have to.
What can silence the night song?
Look at that free book.
Wish I had a bag of holding. Light on my feet.
I'd love to, thanks.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well,
What can silence the night song?
You want infinite money glitch? Infinite money glitch? And then take this one.
might be useful.
What can silence the night song?
Never is too heavy. Can I... Okay, for this once, can I Google search where the singer book is? Because there's no way. I have searched every single part of the library possible.
My faith will guide me.
All right, what now?
I don't just stay here for like another 6 hours and then I cannot find the book. I'm so stoned, house game. Game's great. But for now I cannot search, I cannot find the book that I'm trying to find, so a tad bit frustrated. It's around here, I wanna hit it all. Is it like very hidden? Because I searched everywhere in this place. Or so I believe. I know it's a singer book, but I just cannot find it. I don't understand this game sometimes. I search everywhere. Why is that suddenly... I swear to God, I searched that one. I swear to fucking God, I'm so pissed. I'm so mad right now. Oh, that's not it. Is that it? Oh, that's it. Okay. I searched everywhere. What the fuck? Yeah, that's not right. That's not right. That is not right.
Can't give up now.
I searched there. God, I'm so pissed. I don't like this.
Let's have a look.
6 hours of Starfield. I don't know what that is, but hope you had
Deliver the
fun.
Night Mother's mercy upon her enemies.
Alright, there, the spear.
This has to be it. This has to be the Spear of Night. The weapon Lady Shah bid me to wield.
Encumber? Yeah, this is bad. If Shah allows it, use the spear to kill Night Song. Shah's Umbre, while obscure, the wearer has advantage on stealth checks. Advantage on Constitution saving throws checks? Do you think Shallon's gonna like this?
Wits and blades always sharp.
Ooh, that's pretty strong. Yeah, I'm gonna give you the spear as well. There you go. Am I still encumbered? Okay.
well that ends not as bad as it could have.
Latest Bethesda game. Oh. Oh. Magical durability. The wielder has a +1 bonus to against spells. The number you need to roll critical hit while attacking is reduced by 1. While obscured? I mean, no one's gonna get... I mean, someone's gonna get obscured, but it's not... It's not Shadowheart.
Keep a blade close.
Yeah, I don't like it.
No one stopped me yet.
Summon Golem Bale? Summon Balthazar's Flesh Golem during combat. This item is only functional in the Gauntlet of Shah. But why? Allied undead within 6 meters are resistant to bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing damage. Oh, that's what it is. I think this is all good. Right, now we can do the trial. Are they stepping on it? I didn't mean to press that. I hate it here.
Let's move.
What a charmer.
Don't touch me.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Okay. I'm gonna love the AI pathing sometimes, huh?
With haste.
Oh. Oh yeah, Crochet has... Yeah, Crochet has... merchants. Yeah, let's go there. Different region? Am I going to a different... I don't know. I'm gonna go sell things. Everyone's getting encumbered and I don't like it. I'm just tired of carrying me. I mean, I am carrying 2 kobolds here. Where is it? Here. Yeah, see? I know it didn't say it's a kobold, but there are kobolds inside. So, and then there's 2 in the camps. Yeah, there's two in the camp. Kobo good, Kobo nice. Gonna love Kobo.
Haven't had enough yet? Watch your step.
What do you mean?
Back for more?
Yeah. This guy's up to 4 members of your adventuring party? That seems pretty strong. What does this guys even do? I mean, I know what these guys do, but what do they do practically? A certain subjugation amulet. Once per long rest, when scoring a critical hit on a humanoid, the warrior can paralyze the target for 2 turns. I don't know. I'm keeping that one. Oh, Lebu. Unlock an object that is held shut by a mundane lock. So you can lockpick with magic? Magic lockpick. Need to keep 1 bone, because 1 bone is what... That 1 single bone is what Scratch gave me. I have to keep them. Bestow curse? The curse either bestows disadvantage on checks and saving throws or attacks, lets you deal additional damage to the target or robs of its actions. A curse is kinda scary. Money. Oh, there's too much money. Ooh, I want this. Oh, nice. One gold? There we go. Nice, we took all the money.
Watch your step.
That's right. You're right. You're next on the list. That's why you're here, guarding nothing.
Have faith, Queen. One day.
Okay, where else is there? Grand Mausoleum? Wait, no, where's the thorn that... A House of Healing, how do I get there? There's no one in Nazlike Inn anymore. Riftwind Town? We can go for Nazlike Inn. Nah, why? Okay, just go to Underdark. My colony, I just trying to sell things. I'm not trying to buy more things. It's fine. I just want money. I want all the gold and Chinese. It's mine. They're mine. It took a while. Spent 200 on clothing this month, but I needed it. Ooh. You know, sometimes shopping for your own pleasure is like so good. I love that.
Back. Have you made any new discoveries? I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Yeah, I sold all of these. Bless grants an additional 1d4 to saving throws and weapon attack rolls, and an additional 2d4 to spell attack rolls. I don't know. Although, what Shadowheart can do is this. When you heal a creature, they get blessed. So does this stack with that? I don't know if they stack, but I'm keeping them. When you're hit by a foe within 2 meters, it might take 1 to 4. I can sell this. Huh? Maybe don't sell then. You gain bull strength, increase your strength score by 2 to a maximum 20. You cannot be pushed against your will and have advantage on saving throws against being restrained. Oh, I think this is for Karlach, isn't it? What? That's a weird honking noise. I think I should let Karlach wear that one. Oh, you don't sell potions anymore. Yeah, I think that's pretty much everything I can sell.
Very well.
Okay, also... type? The coatings and stuff, I'm gonna give it to... Oh yeah, also let everyone drink an elixir first. I'll keep the potion. Oil? Like this one. The coating, I'm gonna give it all to Karlach. Okay, that should be it. I can get so much elixir of the Colossus. Viciousness. What's it even do? Oh yeah, the crit. I don't know, the crit doesn't feel as strong, to be honest. I mean, of course this one's for Astarion. Elixir wise, it's all just like resistances. Yeah, what is this? Guilfu. Your movement speed cannot be reduced by difficult terrain or spells. Are the dogs fighting outside? Oh god. You can't be paralyzed or restrained. Replace effects for other... Oh, that's... That's kind of strong. But also Colossus is also really strong, right? Let's craft all Colossus. Yeah, this one. Increase the size of weapon deal an additional 1d4 damage, administer strength checks and saves. Yeah, seems pretty strong. Can I combine this? I'll try it. Okay. Okay. Okay, so elixir wise, I think I'm just gonna let them drink whatever. Increase your strength to... I think I'm gonna drink this one. Wait, what? 125? Wait, is this strong? Why is that... Why does that cost more? Oh, I cannot craft it. I think that was way stronger. Wait a minute. Yeah, why not, right? You ready to see two giants? Two giants? Two giants.
Looking ahead.
No time to dally.
The cultivation, this one.
What a day.
And then vigilance. And then this one give to Karlak. Don't you have an armored defense there? Add your constitution modifier to your armor class. How much is your constitution? 15. So plus 2. That's kind of weak. Fine. Yeah, you can wear AC 20. I'll take that any day. No rage, it's fine.
Let's get going.
What's so heavy? Oh, I see. That's why. Ah, there we go. Oh, these can be sent to camp. Let's save some space, huh? Look at that. Perfect. Okay. Now I'm ready. Let's go to Gauntlet of Shah. We almost at 20k gold. I need more gold. It's never enough. Need more. The shinies. I need to hoard them. You know, I would love to imagine like Kobo just out there. It's like, spare gold shiny for Kobo. Or just like a, you know, a gun. A gun will work as well. Alright. Shower the boat in Chinese? Yay! That sounds amazing. I would love to be showered. What?
Copper for your thoughts?
I'm not trying to talk to you. Alright, so these are the trials that I'm trying to do, right?
The bowl contains an ancient rust-colored bloodstain. It forms a neat disc, as if spilled calmly and willingly.
What am I looking at?
This is one of Lady Shah's trials. Allow me. It's important.
Whoa, hey camera, I know I'm a camera, please. It feels like the camera person is even more thirsty than I do for Dragonborn booty, huh? As you wish. Booty shot. Careful, don't. Right, okay.
Values those that can remain unseen and can still obtain what they want. Stealth is a virtue derived from her very essence. Sorry, was lost in thought. Something the matter?
You first, what's on your mind?
I don't fully know. Just a nagging feeling. Almost like I'm conflicted about something, but I don't quite know what.
Yeah, because...
It's nothing. Forget it. Too much time in my own head.
I think my theory might be right. My theory might be right. How did she cut herself through the metal? Determination? That sounds about right. My theory about Shadowheart is that Shadowheart has a... Shadowheart told me about like the Sharon just saved her through... saved her from death in a forest. And what I know is that Selûne trial sends... They send people to the forest alone and then make it back to the city, right? That's their trial. So in the forest, so I feel like Shadowheart was a Selûne person and got saved. You know, something happened in between and got met by a wolf. A wolf almost killed Shadowheart, and then saved by, you know, Shar people, Justiciars, I don't know. And then she forgot about it because somewhere along the game, Shadowheart mentioned that as a prayer, as someone who prayed to Shar, they'll forget about their past. Everything just sort of puts together, and I think the theory might be right. You know, my theory might be very, very right. Oh, more money-making things. Ooh, a lot more money-making things. Marble play? Oh, Karlach. Karlach, why? Yeah, well, Karlach just stepped through it like it's nothing. Oh. Nothing happened. Take the foot.
Right back to the start.
That scares shit out of me. What the fuck? What? I mean,
I've got a long road ahead. Never a dull moment.
It's probably something that I need to do.
Can't risk being in open view. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Yeah. I'm just trying to disarm things. Jeez. Oh, it works. Okay, now this one. Quickly. Quickly. Got him.
What's that?
Go, 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 go. Disarm, disarm.
What's cooking? Still breathing, despite everything.
Can I disarm it real quick? I think I can skip the dice roll. There we go, okay. Why is it greasy? Put on? Can't reach this? Are you sure? This is kind of jank. So I just hide. Oh. Oh. When I'm thick and I still can hide. That's right. I should carry out the grease, right? Do I have alchemical fire? Yes, I do. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, the grease is just gone. Okay.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Yeah, that's right. I'm so... I'm so... very...
Carefully now.
Oh, can I pickpocket the shadow? Oh, the grease is back. When you're thick and you can still hide. Found the key. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, everything's fine. Hey, what fuck now? What do you mean cannot reach destination? Please, game. I can't. Yeah, don't mind me coming through. Coming through, don't worry about it. Yeah, don't. Someone's dying? Oh, they heal, okay. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm so confident in my hiding skills. Jared Lucario, hi. And Sneaky Bolt is sneaky despite the distinct sound of Kobo cheeks clapping because they're dummy thick. Keep alerting the guards. Hey, nothing's wrong about that, yeah? Nothing's wrong with being thick. Also, hi, welcome in.
Don't give me trouble now.
Hmm. Nice. What does that even do? What does it do? Oh. Oh. I should probably let Shadowheart come here, right? Alright, Shadowheart. Now it's your turn. Nothing wrong with making Pico look like a twig, yes? Pico? I don't know what Pico is. Shiny thing must steal. It's mine now. Alright, don't fall prone now. I can't. Hey! Hi! Hey, welcome in. Invaders? No, they are friends. Friends! Do they bring shiny though? Hi, welcome in. Oh, you're playing Baldur's Gate 2? How was it? Did you do anything significant? Like story-wise, progress stuff? Hopefully you have a good session. Hi, and Terrace Studios, welcome in. Pico the Kobo was well known. Maybe I'm just dumb sometimes. Just got to the Goblin Fortress. Ooh, that's nice. Goblin Fortress is interesting because I spend like 4 hours fighting the same fight. Because I keep dying.
Mustn't let anyone see.
But yeah, Goblin Fortress is something. Also welcome in everyone. My name is Tylra. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I do art occasionally. We spent most of the stream cheesing the goblin camp out front by blocking all the holes so they couldn't attack us on the ramparts. I'm not good with cheesing in strategy games. I just sort of go head on. Look, since I love fighting games so much, I love going... Oh my god! Wake up! Wake up! Sure. Oh yeah, there might there's gonna be spoilers though. So if you want to avoid spoilers, it'll be best to leave a lurk or stuff like that. Yeah. Also, I'm not good with cheese. I just sort of face the things head on. I love to go up close and personal and just bonk the shit out of them. Oh, do I have to get through the grease? Don't fall pro... Wake up. The Shadow Heart sucks! The Shadow Heart sucks, what do you mean? I don't think I'm as far as you are in my personal playthrough, so I'm gonna dip out. Hope you have a good one. Thanks again for the raid, Faye. Appreciate for your raid again. Thank you. Also, take care of yourself. Get that post-stream care done. Alright, this is gonna work. Go. Oh, wait, I think I can just jump. We?
Looks like a trap.
Stupid! Stupid! Okay, let's get rid of that grease thing. Goddamn. Alright, here comes the thick. The thick's gonna get you. The thick's gonna get rid of the grease. Look at that. The thick. Oh, what is this? Don't fall prone now. See? No! Ah, okay. This game, I swear to God, sometimes.
All right, time to skunk about.
Go, 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 go. Don't fall prone now. Alright, E.T. Hey, don't tell me that Shadowheart got this. Alright, Shadowheart got this. Did you just fail? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Perfectly hidden.
Oh. There we go, okay. Need to be in the dark. Ooh, coming through. Don't worry about it.
A soft step is better than any armor.
To be unseen is to be welcomed everywhere. That's kind of bad. You're just telling people to steal things. I mean, it's good advice for a kobold. Seek no provision, take all that benefits you. Once more teaching Lady Shard, but not unreadable. This one is just... This one is just kobold taking shinies, like, please give. Thanks. I didn't ask. didn't ask. Mine. Ooh.
The bowl contains an ancient... You recognize this as a trial where initiates would prove themselves to Lady Shah.
Reach the other side to receive my gift.
I don't know what. Why is this a thing? What's with the camera angle?
Still alive, so that's progress.
Right, all it's good. Alright, Shadowheart.
Can't afford to stay idle.
That's mine. Mmm.
Can't give up now.
My gem. My gems. My gems. My glimpse.
Something good here, I hope.
Self-same trial?
Here goes nothing.
Another bowl bearing the stains of an ancient blood offering.
Another trial. I need to do this same as before.
Go ahead. Cut your metal.
Lady teaches us that we are our own worst enemy much of the time. Her embrace will elude us until we shed that which holds us back.
Char has created this reflection as a test. If a creature attacks a reflection that is not their own, it incurs cheater's folly. What? Am I gonna fight? Am I gonna fight my own self? Alright, cool beans. Show me.
Looks like an ambush.
Oh. Oh my god, it's Karlach! And Dragonborn! And Shadowheart! And Astarion! Well, we'll see who ambushing who.
Any attention right now? Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, we'll see who's ambushing who. Hmm. Oh yeah, I need to attack my own. So this is Shadowheart. So I cannot incur cheater's folly. So since Dragonborn is out there, that's a bit of a problem. Can you stay here first? Wait, no, Karlach's up there. I'm in the middle.
Ready. Unseen.
Alright, here we go. Shadowheart is gonna get the first blood out of anything. Hi, how you doing? Do I have AC 19? Oh, I do. I'm so strong. A rush attack pushed them off balance. Get him! Achoo. I hate it here. Oh, they're surprised.
Does this count as adventuring?
You don't see me. Hi, me. That's gonna hurt. Oh wait, they if it's me, then it's gonna have, yeah, fire. Oh my god, look at all the resistance. Oh, is it because of living shadow? No. Wait, do I have that much resistance? Defeat reflection to complete charge trial. Attacking another player's reflection will incur charge wrath. I don't have that much resistance. Yeah, I'm just gonna topple you for. There's no need to topple, just attack. Divine Smite! Yeah. Okay, Karlach is here.
What's cooking? Don't tell.
I can only go from behind. Alright, it's gonna take a while. I kinda like this. Like, the trial is like, you can only attack your own reflection. Because when something like this happens, it's just like, oh, everyone just gank on one, and then and then stop them one by one. But this one's, nah, you cannot do that. You're gonna attack only your own reflection, or else you're cheating. Hi, how you doing? I'm just gonna do this. You... Yeah, I'm gonna sneak attack. Hi, how you doing? Cannot have disadvantage against target? What kind of disadvantage do I have? Oh. What? What? That's not right. Oh. Disadvantage for equipment? Oh, wait, are you not? Oh, shit. I see. I didn't know. I thought you can wear medium armor. Aren't you not wearing medium armor? You are not. Well, shit. Let me take that off. There we go.
What now?
Cool.
Focus.
Damn, high defense. This is bad. Nice. In case itself with shimmering field of magic increases armor class by 2. Always prepared concentration? Sure. Two to 11, 6 to 14. I didn't know you can do that. You're cheating. We take those.
Fuck yes.
Oh. 6 turns of reeling? That's kind of scary. Oh shit. Oh my god. Only 15%. Yeah, that's kind of terrible. Aren't you surprised? Oh. All good.
Blood comes easy these days.
I'm just gonna bonk it. Alright, it is done. Killer's sweetheart? Executioner. When you kill a creature, your next attack roll will be a critical hit. Once spent, this effect refreshes after a long rest. Is that even that good? One critical hit, one crit per long rest. Okay, so I cannot attack anyone else. Let's just end. Let's just hide. I cannot hide.
Hungry for the slaughter.
Hmm. Oh.
My turn.
Oh, this is melee range. Nice. Nice. What? Do I get 3 attacks? Oh no. Oh my god, ow.
Got to move.
Nice. Out of sight? Are you sure? Oh god.
So much for peace. Can't slow down.
Oh yeah, I have no potion. Here, I can give you this one.
Can feel death's cold grip.
Ado, please last 70% eh?
Let's cook with fire, baby.
There we go. Oh yeah, no more throw, no more throw.
Incoming.
Damn.
Heading there.
Not enough movement, what do you mean? Oh, I literally cannot heal Astarion.
Where do I go from here?
I'm just gonna threaten you here so they can use your range attack as good.
Lads, it's hot in here.
Ah, there's no light.
Shall we dance?
Okay. Self-flagellation? Kill your mirror self in Char's trial. That's an inspiration. I mean, we take those.
Just a brief respite.
Yeah, give some to Karlach. Karlach can really throw potions very far because of the strength points.
Trust no one.
Nice.
Still breathing, despite
Gem.
everything.
My gem. Gem, mine. Alright, did it. There has to be more trials, right?
Better not be cursed.
Faith Leap trial, there it is.
Another bowl bearing the stains of an ancient.
Another trial. Allow me, please.
How much blood do you have? Go on.
These were said to be sure of foot in even the darkest recesses of Lady Char's embrace. I must remember where to step, and have faith that she will guide me. I must remember where to step, and have faith that she will guide me.
Oh. I mean, I can kind of see it. Well, not in this view. You can kind of see it, right?
Need to find a way forward.
I don't know if I'm cheating or is this the way to go. Am I cheating? Is this not how it's supposed to look like? Or is it because I did it because I'm in complete darkness? Is that why? Or is there even a way to like fail this one? Oh shit. Okay, there is a way to fail this one.
There's no time to waste.
I see. Wow, that is. Oh, I'm sorry about that. That pose. Oh God, I'm sorry, but that pose is.
Keep pushing.
Hmm. I'm sorry. Oh my God, what is this? There, okay, good. Fuck. Oh, I can use this one. Rifififi.
Take two. I need healing.
I need healing. Oh, all my buffs are gone. I don't want to spam potion just for this. I don't want to do long rest yet because
There is work to do.
the spell slot is still looking very healthy, kinda.
Let's get going.
Alright, let's hope I can get a chunky 60 heal. 45? Yeah, that's not bad.
Nothing hurts anymore.
Okay, just drink a random elixir. Oh, maybe dark vision?
Oh, I could go for a good meal. Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Oh, I think dark vision helps as well. And then that's the library. Is that all the trial? I thought there's more. Trying the Lady Shah must pass, join her most vaulted ring. The most martial facet. The armored fists, crush her foes, gently cradle those who serve her. Didn't say much about the trials. I did this one. I'm back here again. Huh? I am confuzzled. Good morning, Tikaka. Did you sleep well? Open the door to inner sanctum. Or maybe that's the one. Slept good and cozy. Now got coffee and garlic bread. Ooh, nice. I feel like I need more coffee. Coffee sounds amazing. But yeah, good to know you slept well. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Well, yeah, you just probably need some coffee. Feeling a tad bit sleepy. Just a tad bit eepy. Oh, oh, the light.
All right. What now?
Hi, Gogeta. Libu. Get coffee, bit that EP. I'm so lazy. I'm EPN late. Oh. Oh wait, is this?
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
The inscription's challenge.
We have all the gems. Let's put them to use and continue onwards.
There are recesses on the altar that look intended to house something. Another such reception.
Or get water? That's good too. Easier to stay awake when you're hydrated. True. Actually, I want to go back to Last Light In real quick because I saw the name He Who Was, and I was like, oh, I think I kind of forgot about something here. Yeah, He Who Was. Find out where the tieflings are being held. Give the ledger to He Who Was. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so let's go to Last Night In real quick. I will drink. I will drink. Nice. And CP has been had. House with flowers? No, where's He Who Was? There it is. Hickey. And Kobo has been wet.
Time to press ahead.
Looks about right. What? Nah, I'm sure she'll be fine.
That might be worth a look.
Kobo must be watered regularly for peak efficiency. It sounds about right. Water very important. There you are.
The air stirs in trepidation. You have the ledger.
Oh, tell me what you wanted first.
To punish a murderer. If that is not enough, leave. I have no time for those lacking commitment.
How do you know I have the ledger?
The Raven always knows.
Okay, that's fair. You know, birds strong. A bird's nose. Ooh, yeah, some shiny though. But they're so expensive. See, I only have 17,000 gold. I don't think that's nearly enough. I need more. I need more. Thanks. Here, take it. Maybe he just likes you sniffing downwind like that. I don't know.
We have it.
I'm kind of scared.
Her guilt. Madeline reported her friends to a dark justiciar and fled when they were butchered. Well, she flees no more. I will be the conduit for Madeline's spirit. I will force her to face trial, and you will be the judge. Make her beg. Make her suffer.
Why? I would like to hear her story first. I imagine it's quite the tale. Yeah, it'll be best to hear the story for both sides before judging.
Careful, for a serpent in life is a serpent in death.
Bard route. We love Bard. We can sing our way through everything.
Witness.
What are you doing?
You said I was gonna be punished. That you'd be the judge. But I didn't mean to hurt anyone.
Whoa. Wait a minute. That's a... Peace. Speak your truth. We will go from there. Hey, heck yeah, monk. Monk Bard.
I said it didn't mean nothing. That Ben and Mark were just drunk and whining. The Dark Justiciar promised she was gonna chat with him. She promised.
My gorge rises to your sickening naivety. Naivete? What did the Dark Justiciar actually do to your friends? If you were drunk complaining, why did you report them? Don't blame others for what you did. Okay, let me read again. I said it didn't mean nothing, that Ben and Mark were just drunk and whining. The Dark Justiciar promised she was gonna chat with them, she promised. So the Dark Justiciar just straight up killed them? Yeah, I want a confirmation. Monk Bard, go!
She gave him a dagger each and told him to press it against their stomachs on the count of 3 to start stabbing and not stop till she said so. She never said stop. I'd do anything to take it back. Anything.
What? Gave him a dagger each, told him to press it against his stomach on the count of 3 to start stabbing and not to stop till she said so. She did. Oh. Oh, that is fucked up. Oh my. Oh, wait a minute. Holy shit. That is fucked. On the stomach, no less. What the shit? Ah, it's not the nastiest thing I've seen in this whole game, not gonna lie, but it's still something. Yeah, this game is all about morbid, it feels like. Alright, what do we have? What? Persuasion. Anything? Then hurt yourself as Ben and Mark did. Stab yourself. Stab yourself. Bard Persuasion. Yours is a classic tale of a cowardice. Were you a character in the tale of mine, I would kill you off immediately. Ooh. Monk, you had the means to stop it. You chose not to. You let fear and cowardice rule you. Monk. Persuasion. Forgiveness comes from within. I cannot gift it to you, but know that I would if I could. What did I just say? When I tell this tale, you won't be the villain, I promise. The Dark Justicia is to blame. How did the Dark Justicia get into this mess, is my question. Ben and Mark were just drunk and whining. The Dark... Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't understand. Ben and Mark, and then suddenly Dark Justicia. What does that even mean? Oh. Oh, headset. Oh my. Hi, headset. It's been a while. Hi, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. What were you playing? You're playing Baldur's Gate 3 as well? Nice. It's a really good game. Doing good, just very sleepy. Oh, same. Same, and EP. Are you playing as Dragonborn? I mean, how far are you? Since I'm like, I don't know if I'm far, but I think I'm quite far, I think. I think. But also, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Tylra. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games and I do art occasionally. Rarely. Yeah. Welcome in. Thanks for a raid again, headset. Hope you're doing good. Well, I already had... Oh, good. I don't know if this is cowardice or... Playing a tiefling sorcerer? Oh, okay. You might pass out. Go take care of yourself. Sleep. You know, that post-stream care. It's okay. I appreciate the raid. Thank you. Okay, about this. Oh my god, crap. 这样久没有看到你进来，第一件事情就是要我讲华语 for 8分钟啊。Alright, here comes 8 minutes of you guys don't understand anything. Or you might, I don't know. Hi, Crypt. This 边的情况，我就是觉得 coward， 如果是我也会怕嘛，是不是？因为他们也不打架的啊，那他们不会拿刀去砍人的嘛。But then 这个 Dark Justice is like 可以直接把他们干掉的嘛，然后就没有办法咯。Hi Sok Fan。所以我就觉得我不会觉得他是coward 啦，你知道吗？The stream captions are trying their best. Yeah. It's okay. It's only for 8 minutes. You let fear and cowardice rule you. Forgiveness comes from within. I cannot gift it to you, but know that I would if I could. I feel sorry. 我觉得这个是我会讲的啦呢。Kobo speak many languages. Heck yeah, multilingual bold. Yeah, we love a bit of a multilingual bold. I mean, I guess it's an advantage of living in Malaysia. I guess Malaysia, you have to speak. I mean, I'm Chinese, so I speak Chinese. You know, as my main language. Malay, because in Malaysia. So, but then my Malay is not as good. And then English is just because I want to play games, so my English is like okay. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm gonna just say forgive 啦吼，我 forgive 他了吼。等一下那个医护啊，就是要把我干掉我跟你讲。跟你讲，我 confirm 啊，他肯定是把我干掉的那个he who was. English is the global, but I wanted to play video games though. Language, yeah, that's the thing.
What I did was wrong, and I won't ever forgive myself. But hearing that just one person doesn't hate me, that one person forgives me, makes the load so much lighter. Thank you.
You were supposed to make her suffer, not forgive her.
Yeah. Do not speak to me like that. 你跟我讲我是 judge， 然后你又要 judge 我做事情哦，你是不是怪懒呢？现在我感觉你就是要把他弄死而已咯。You whine more than she did. Yeah. 哎，怪懒呢？没有理由的吗？这种东西是不是？Okay, I'm gonna speak this English. So, he who was says that I'm gonna be the judge. And I judged. And now you're judging my judge? Like, who are you? I don't see some sort of a... I mean, you have white hair, but it's not, you know, we're not in court session, okay? I don't think you're higher than me. You asked me to judge her. And I did. And you judge my judge. Like, what is that? I think what she did is because fear. If normal person like me were to be in that situation that she's in, I have no choice. Like, I don't fight. And that's a goddamn dark justice here we're talking about. That we are being threatened, to my understanding. So it's like, why? You know, why? I don't get it. So judgy. Who judges the Judd? You know, you're speeding at the victims. Let's go to the main bench. You know what? I'm standing my ground. You do not speak to me like that. Actually, let me buy your potion real quick so that you cannot drink them. Hey, that potion of yours? I think that's mine. 啊，忘记了，你的 potion 是我的哈。OK， 谢谢。Yeah, don't speak to me like that.
You're right. Now is not the time for talk.
咩？實話嚟？
You have crossed me, and for that, I end your pathetic life.
Beast and humanoid have disadvantage on saving throws while within 3 meters of this creature. Elves are unaffected by this temporal magic. Disadvantage on saving throws? Well, yeah. Shada Kai. Alright, who wants to hand an arrow? With your back. Bro, you could just ally with the cool Dragonborn and beat the Justicia person who caused all this. Such bad taste this NPC has. I know, right? Why is the Chinese in the middle of the screen? 哎呀，我要讲华语吗？把那个时候重要的东西又不能够讲华语哦。来，要让他们知道我在讲什么，是不是先？不是我讲什么，我就觉得这条狼也是怪懒，是。躲起来先。
Time to push my luck again.
哇，你是一只伞哦。
You have been judged and found wanting.
Close ranks.
Oh, Chinese over? Oh, is there a word for kobold in Chinese? I don't think so. Since kobold is like some sort of a fantasy creature, or like kobold is, I don't think there's a word for kobold in Chinese. Would that be? I don't know. I'm actually kind of curious. What would kobold be in Chinese? In Finnish too, it's just a lone word, I think. And koboldi. Koboldi. That's actually really adorable. Koboldi. I mean, what would Malay be, honestly? Oh, yeah.
Kobo.
Kobo. Okay, how about Chinese? Kobo. Eh, 西米兰教狗头人喂。Dog head people. Hey, that's literal translation. 狗头人。
狗头人。
Try traditional. I mean, traditional is gonna be the same, just different writing. Yeah, just I don't. What is Gotoran? Literal, yeah, dog head people is the literal translation. Go is dog, toe is head, ren is people. A furry. I mean, in a way, the furry would be just Mao Mao, right? Blue blue. Yeah, Mao Mao, Mao Long Long. Berbulu.
Berbulu.
Berbulu. I mean, accurate considering often Asian games have kobolds below doggo friends. Oh, I actually did not know that. I mean, I know dogs are friends, but kobolds as dogs, I see kobolds as more like a reptilian species in manga. Ah, okay, I see. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But still, yeah. Well, to me personally, they don't play it, I guess. Probably. I mean, Malay kobold would be just like kobold. Kobold. Indonesians must be same. Yeah. They're cute too. We appreciate all our little kobold cousins. Yeah. Well, we learn everything. We learn new things every day, don't we? All right, time to kill. Kill. Do I have to kill the bird as well? Sorry. Alright, the game told me to do it, not me. I didn't want to kill the bird, but the game wants me to kill the bird. Not my fault. Not my fault. Even those weird sniffy World of Warcraft ones. World of Warcraft has kobolds? Ow! Okay, the dirt did it first. KFC. KFC. Shiny. I only seen Kobo on the Ajinomoto website. Ajinomoto? Isn't Ajinomoto like some sort of a seasoning powder? Yes, but they look more like Gnome X Red love children with luxurious mustache. They have mustache? Kobolds? That's kind of adorable. I mean, the kobold in this game is kind of perfect. I love them. I mean, all kobolds are perfect. I think that's the best way to word it. All kobolds are perfect and I love them all. Beige kobold. Okay, this way is to Moonrise Tower. They look like spiky salt. But we're talking about the main ingredient of Ajinomoto. Are you telling me that the grand ingredient of Ajinomoto is kobold? No, that's just wrong, buddy. No, we don't become outer. Best kobold, yep. We love kobolds. Kobold nice. Kobold good. Nah, I'm a Alright. Oh, it just brings me back to... Oh, I went the wrong way. Oops. But now I'm gonna be right back. Lurk. Have good lurk, Tikaka. Appreciate ya. Fellow bold. Is there even something down there? Oh, I know what this is. Okay, we don't need to go back here. I don't know what other people here refer to other than Ajinomoto or MSG website funny number site. MSG website funny number site? You lost me. It's okay. I'm still... What? What? I don't get it.
Can't slow down.
Oh my god. His voice is so loud. Stinky. Should probably do a short rest.
Enough sitting around. Let's go hurt someone.
Let's see what this does.
The inscriptions chant.
We have all the gems. Let's put them to use and continue onwards.
Where did I put them on? There's only one that's interactable.
Yep.
Not stinky, you're just imagining it. That's a rather loud imagination. That's a loud imagination.
The disc is moving. This must lead to the next part of Shah's gauntlet.
Zero.
Zero? Something about zero? Oh, I'm not picking impossible? I cannot believe I had to put my shiny gems in there. I hate it. My shiny. Of course, clear a fool retreat to Shadowfell with all due haste. The fate of Lover's Whisper. After a 10-day in the darkness, she knew not her name. These lands are rich in tragedy and memory, but our minds are vulnerable to the malignant curse. The Lover's Whisper strangled her own raven this morning. Her raven! The queen was incensed at the loss of a child and struck Lover's Whisper down. As was her right, return at once or I'll be forced to report your desertion of thine will. What is that? What are those naming scents? Who are they?
This must be where initiates undertook their final preparations.
You show
The end is
great
near.
potential. Do not falter now. One more test awaits. Descend to the night zone. Make a sacrifice. Rise again. A dark Justicia.
Almost there. I will not fail you, my lady.
I don't know if you...
Sorrow's guide us. Did you want something?
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Guess what?
Eyes, eyes, eyes.
It is sub clapping hands. 10
clapping hands.
Clapping hands. That means this streamer, adult, have to get down, nervous sweat, nervous sweat, nervous sweat, and get...
Oh, that's too much word. That's too much word. Nervous sweat, nervous sweat. Alright, I'll help you with that. And get clapping hands, gao gao. Make sure you get your sub, nervous sweat, nervous sweat, nervous sweat this month calendar at a 25% discount. 100. There, you're welcome. Thanks for the sub, Crib. Thank you. For 10 months. Oh my god.
Shroud yourself in blackest night. Deliver the Night Mother's mercy upon her enemies. Trust your secrets to the night.
Sure, I guess. Going in. Hope I don't die. Yeah, no. Oh, okay.
This must be the last step. I need to pray. Only by Lady Shah's grace did we even make it this far.
Use the power of the parasite. Feel inside Shadowheart's mind. Shadowheart? Maybe I should leave her to her prayers. No, actually, Shadowheart?
Nothing. Shadowheart continues her prayer in silence.
Now, do I want to do this though? You see that yip glow? That is called a Cherenkov radiation. I guess I learn new things every day. This would be so rude though. I'm gonna leave her to her prayers. Let's respect her.
All right. No need to dash in ahead of me. I'm ready.
Really? That was fast.
Some prayers are answered more quickly than others. Let's continue. May the darkness protect you.
Alright, going in.
Your party is gathered. You are ready. Or so you hope.
Are you sure you want to proceed? Depending on your choices, the state of the region could change and some active quests may become unavailable? You're gonna hit this? You're gonna hit me with this now? Ooh. Ooh, I don't know. There's also road to Baldur's Gate. Okay, Verge of the Shadows is also one waypoint. Let me try going to road to the Baldur's Gate. There's like one place that I can go. In Shadowfell, I think. Oh, is it Shadowfell? No, not Shadowfell. The Shadowlands. Yeah, it's just here.
clustered fires and tents. The Absolute's army is camped here. Better not press my luck.
The countless distant silhouettes leave you no doubt. A veritable army swarms the path ahead.
You know, there's a point where bravery becomes stupidity. And walking into that would be very, very stupid.
Set back when no match for an army. Oh. Oh, I'm kinda curious if we can do it though. I did save, right? I did save. If I die, then I'll just reload the save. But if I didn't die, I'm gonna... Yeah. Yeah, I'm going in.
A monstrous army looms ahead.
Continue forward. Astarion is gonna hate me for this shit. He's like, are you stupid though? Why are you going in, stupid? You want to fight an army, not me, oh?
There can be no doubt. This is the place. This is where we'll discover the secret of the Absolute.
What? 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 You hear things down here, things from people with nothing left to lose, no more secrets to keep. You hear that the Catheric's untouchable, except he isn't really, that he's got some relic or other in the mausoleum. A link, that's what you hear. And you hear that the link can't be severed. You hear things like that, but you mostly hear them from people who are already out of their minds. Why am I in the prison? Kenapa? Why am I in the prison? There's no doors that I can interact with.
It's only a new neighbor. Ah, well, if you're locked up in here, you must be doing something right.
Oh, I know you. The usual criminal debauchery. Pissed off the wrong people.
Not surprised. The egos around here are made of bloody glass. Cast your eyes to the back. You see that hole yonder? I'd bet my last copper that's your ticket out.
That doesn't look suspicious at all.
It's not without risk, but, you know, the same can be said for all great causes. I have a plan that'll make all of Moonrise rue the day they met us. We need tools. That head case of a warden robbed ours, but anything that breaks rock will do. Even if it's not Iron Hand quality. Help me, and we'll stick it to the Absolute. Together.
If it ruins the Absolute state, I'm in.
Determined. Good. We'll need it. Now, go, before the guards see.
So I just have to jump down. Probably gonna need Feather Fall for this. Or not.
Someone there.
Well. I've got a long road ahead.
It's kind of funny how all the equipments are not confiscated. They are. I was about to say, but only weapons are getting confiscated? That's weird. Alright, jumping in. Whee! Escapologist, break out of prison after being arrested.
What is this place?
Aren't you daring? Oh my god! Oh! Oh god, I don't want to be here. Ah. I cannot fast travel for this. What is this? Fugitive. Recently escaped from Moonrise Tower's prison. Local guards will arrest this character on sight. Wow. Oh my god. Oh, fucking hell. Okay, this is very interesting. You know what? I'm gonna be here.
Step lightly. I'm all for blood, but a whole lake? That's just wasteful.
Wee.
Stealth mode activated.
Wee.
Unnoticed. Good.
Rejuvenative miasma?
What to do?
I'm sure this is fine.
Oubliette, right beneath the towers. A colony must be close. That must be where the tadpoles are coming from.
Am I sure? Are you sure? Why am I here? I can punch the membrane.
Don't want to draw any attention.
I don't like this place. Oh my god, what is this place? I'm gonna keep hiding because I am absolutely terrified. I'm gonna play this like how I play Alien Isolation. It's a good thing I have dark vision potion, do I? Yeah, elixir with dark vision. That helps. More membrane I can kick. Membrane. Who's talking? I mean, the thing is, we don't have weapons, and only my Dragonborn is like unarmed strike master. I mean, the rest can do unarmed strike, I'm sure.
Wonderful.
Who call what? Oh. Where's the enemy? I don't even see them. Oh, I see them now. I don't know how we're gonna fight them with a weapon. Oh.
Let's see what you're hiding.
I'm saving a separate file. Help this second. Well, now we have to save Karlach. Level 4, 75 health. No weapons by a full key point. Multi-attack prone. Okay, so they're always trying to make us prone, I remember. Excuse me? Punch! Double punch! That's kinda strong.
Ignis!
75%, buddy.
Secrecy above all.
Ignis! I think we can win against them without using too much spell slots.
Now this is my happy place.
We should spread out.
I won't give in.
Perform? I can perform even without my... Oh, that's kinda cool.
Dance macabre.
Oh, that's so good. I fucking love whistling, to be honest. Nice. Rude.
Over there.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Killing you first. Punch him. Punch him. We take those.
Breathe deep and move.
Can I attack again? Yeah. Yo, why? Why did I get 3 attacks? I mean, I'm not even gonna ask, but... Ignis! 2 damage. Now I'll do a Sacred Flame on ya. I return for a moment fresh and clean. Nice! That sounds amazing. Oh my god. How much do you do? 7 to 13? Your unarmed attack is also really strong, Karlach. Punch! Punch! Nah, oh my god, that's really good damage.
Catch my breath.
I'm a monk. Oh my god, please. Punch. Eek. Yup. Nice. We're so strong. Mine. Gonna take friend out for sushi soon, but wanted to peek in before that. Aww. Also, sushi sounds so amazing right now. Oh my god. I gotta crave sushi. I heckin' love sushi. But yeah, enjoy sushi. Punchy punch. We love a good old punchy punch. Although, you know, us kobolds like to bite. Sometimes punch is a good answer as well, so we'll take those.
The stink of that place might never wash out.
Right. Am I in Moonrise Tower now?
Something over there. Don't fancy getting my hands dirty. I need a shovel.
Oh yeah, all my... How do I get my items back? Are they just getting confiscated forever? Oh, I can't go to camp. Sushi is amazing. Yeah. I love salmon. Salmon tastes amazing. Oh, and mentai sauce is amazing as well. And salmon nigiri, my beloved. Yeah.
Enthusiastically.
Nothing beats a good old salmon, to be honest. Although, in my family, only me and...
Scratch's tongue lolls out happily, his tail wagging even faster.
Only me and one of my sister likes to eat raw fish. You know, in the Japanese cuisine.
Don't mind if I do. Yes? You have news?
I don't know what news I have. I'm getting caught in the prison. I mean, surely we can... Yeah, surely we can do a long rest here. You know, without camp supplies, taking a long rest will now will only restore hit points and spell slots up to half the maximum. You don't regain any... Salmon is great in all of its forms too. Yeah. Yeah, that's a kobold in there. And should you take a long rest too? You've been EP for a while. I'm EP, but I kind of want to... I'm not addicted to this game. Actually, nah, I am very addicted. Yeah, let's do a long rest before we go on.
What's on your mind?
Nothing. Scratchu.
Scratch's tail wags enthusiastically.
The best doko. The best doko.
Scratch's tongue lolls out happily, his tail wagging even faster.
Oh, I love Scratch. I love Scratch. Get some coffee at some point. Definitely, definitely. Gonna get some coffee. Coffee great. Not only do they taste good, they help beating EP as well.
Yes.
Nothing.
Lady of Sorrows, guide us. Did you want something?
You don't quite seem to be yourself of late.
Is that so? Well, I hope you don't intend to make such a claim without some evidence to support it.
Why are you being so defensive? You've been acting differently at camp, praying less, pacing more. Something's bothering you. I thought you'd been more focused on trying to prove yourself to Shah. I don't know, you seem a little less focused on the mission, perhaps. You've been acting differently at camp, praying less, pacing more. Something's bothering you. Yeah, coffee is a magical potion. I shall be off. Have a nice dream. Thank you, Tikaka. Have a great sushi. Appreciate you lots. Okay, something's bothering you.
True prayer needs peace, and serenity has proved elusive of late. I'll admit it. Staying true to Lady Shah has proved difficult at times.
Ooh.
I found that my mind is prone to wandering. Wandering to places I shouldn't go at that. Forbidden thoughts. Hidden memories. All that Lady Shah would shield me from until I am ready. Sometimes it feels like there's something just out of reach. Some truth on the tip of my tongue. And at times, I feel like I can almost voice it. When I shared the memory from my childhood, you found it far too easy to make a connection to Selûne for my liking. Thinking about my wound, it can't just be random how it torments me. Surely there's a pattern, a purpose. Nothing is simple anymore. Sometimes it feels like all I have are doubts.
The way you're feeling is just temporarily. You soon forget all about it. I don't think that's a good way to just brush it off. And these doubts, where do you think they stem from? Everyone has doubts. You're not special. Oh, that's bad. A doubt requires awareness. Awareness will lead to wisdom, enlightenment. Embrace your doubts, make them strengths. Can I speak as a monk? I'm not as monk-like, but I do like the monk dialogue option. I'm gonna choose this one.
Huh. That was actually rather comforting. Thank you.
Talk about all that happened to us.
Fine. What's on your mind?
Estimations?
How are you holding up? Don't be so modest. I can't remember the last time I met someone like you. Perhaps I never did. And never will again.
Happy Dragonborn. Alright, I don't think there's much else to do.
What's on your mind?
Nothing. Alright, let's do a long rest. Why? There we go. Nice. Okay, no one dies, good. Oh, scratch.
dog is unable to speak through the small bag he holds in his mouth.
What you got there, Scratch?
I don't know. Maybe you can tell me. All
Potion
I
of
know is I
animals
thought of
speak.
you when I saw it.
I need to keep that potion of animals speaking. You're the best, Scratch. Oh my god. That potion of animals speaking will be mine forever. Although I did lose a lot of things. I hope I can get them back someday. Can I get back my items? Is that a thing that I can do? Alright, let's leave camp. Alright. No weapons still, but I'm sure I got this. Torch? I think torch is a good weapon for Karlach.
Making me sweat.
7 to 15. Yeah, it's stronger. But we cannot hide if I do this. There, okay.
Looking ahead.
6 to 11. 7 to 15? Yeah, my unarmed strike is way stronger.
What's next?
Or maybe give it to...
No, never mind.
To Shadowheart.
My faith protects me.
Oh!
What's the story?
Watch your back.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Oh, I didn't know.
No one stopped me yet.
This is a light... Oh!
Keep your distance, darling.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Ooh, okay.
I wonder what the next move
Okay,
is.
let's give it to it. Ishtar can have it.
Let's get on with it.
No time to rest.
Ooh, they're really strong. I should avoid getting into any fights until I get my items back.
What path lies before me?
We'll get you to Baldur's Gate, sir. I swear it.
It's a wall that I can destroy. At least 10 damage to do it? No bludgeoning resistance. I can actually punch this wall. Like, I can actually punch this wall down. Check this out.
I must make it to Baldur's Gate. I must.
Run. Run.
Bet that will fit in my pack.
this. Why are they giving me a bunch of weapons? Do I actually not get my items back? Now my unarmed is stronger. Six to 13. 7 to 15. My punch is stronger than all these weapons. Oh, you have no shield.
Soldier.
Trust no one.
Damn, it's good to be alive.
Let's move.
This is fine, I guess. Well, my 20k gold is gone. That's the worst.
Something over there.
No shovel.
I need a shovel to dig this up.
Are they good? Maybe. I'm so strong.
Moving ahead.
Oh, fuck. Where'd you guys come from? This is so bad. It is not to panic for now. What are you doing? Are you afraid? Oh, okay. That's very fair, that's very fair.
Moving.
Let's have some carnage.
Oh, oops. Everyone's blocking the way. Oops. Oops. Everyone's too far.
Just like old times.
I think we're dead. Yeah, we're all blocking the way.
On my way.
We're so dead. That's one down. Oh, Woburn's dead.
Time to press ahead. Count on me.
Oh boy.
A subtle approach. Moving.
Oh, they found me. Yep, there goes Wilbur. Sorry, Woburn. Did I mess up? Am I not supposed to do this? Yeah, Woburn is dead. Woburn is dead. I'm messing up so much with this first playthrough. 30%? 50% on Sacred Flame.
Time to meet your maker.
We take those.
Moving.
Woo! Woo! Yeah, that's dead. Yeah. Oh shit.
This is gonna feel good.
Nice. We take those. They're just killing civilians.
Over here. Into the shadows.
I had a feeling. Let's get rid of this one first.
On the hunt.
Oh, thank you. %. Oh, overall protection.
On the move.
Man, this, you know, something about Larian Studios always have like the perfect spacing. This ticks me a little bit. It's like, I don't like it. Why do they always have like the perfect amount of spacing? Yeah, that's that. Reaction? Oh, I pressed the wrong thing. Crit miss.
Got it.
Nice. Nuh-uh. It's possible.
Time for a new approach. Now they see me.
Ooh, you are really strong. Ignis. That's right. You cannot run away from spiritual weapon forever. I'm gonna save us all my key points. Nice. Whoa. Wait a heckin' minute?
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Spell slot restoration. Medium armor? Oh, you are not good with heavy crossbow. Crap.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
Oh, I'm not proficient as well. Shit. Alright. It's yours.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Ooh, hey.
Moving in.
No one has a shovel.
It's packed too tight. I'll need a shovel.
No one has a shovel. Ty, do you have a shovel?
Be ready. If any cultists show up, this will get bloody.
Yeah, it happened. It happened. Sorry to say, a lot of people died. Oh, they just rush in. Oh, oops. You look really strong. Death Ward? The next time damage will reduce the affected entity to 0 hit points. It remains conscious with 1 hit point left. So I cannot die for 1 turn, okay? Do the eye even attack?
Another day, another fight. What's this? In position.
Shall we cut and run? Let's have a little fun.
Ooh.
Leave no trace.
Oh boy.
On my way.
Oh, are you gonna fight you? Oh my god. Ow! Can you see me? I'm invincible. Oh, does they not have extra attack? That worked.
Never a dull moment.
I don't know why am I killing everyone here though. That doesn't look good. What is that? With the lag. The lag.
Need to find a way forward. Fuck yes.
Wow. Nice.
No one stopped me yet.
I should check out this place. Maybe there's a place where I can get all my items back because I do miss my shinies. I do want my shinies back.
Something over there.
Don't fancy getting my hands dirty. I need a shovel.
No shovel still. If only I have a shovel. I have 3 dirt moon that I can dig up.
No traps, please.
Gosh, everything's rotten. Isn't this a prison? Isn't there like constantly people living here? And then everything's rotten. That doesn't make sense.
Softer than a whisper.
Someone inside. Oh, it's an eye, okay. The hell is this?
Path lies before me.
Oh my god, I can jump down, but I don't think I want that. Hmm? Oh, Evie! Hello, Stinky. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Hi, cutie. Oh my god. Invasion plans for the Sword Coast. Oh shit. Six to 11. Let's hope this one-shot kills. Or not.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Oh. I've been hit. It's self-care time. Yeah, I should drink more. I feel like my voice is gone today. I don't know why. It's kind of weird. I didn't shout or anything. Right. Let me open up the lights real quick. Give me a few seconds. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. Remember, you're beautiful. Oh my god. You're beautiful. Oh. Oh boy. Consuming parasites. You can now consume mindfully a parasites for inventory to unlock new edited powers. Look for sources of parasite in the world, including infected courses. Why are you telling me now? Carrying capacity exceeded, huh? Hi, legs. Hi, back. Tasty. Tasty. Oh, wait, how do I even? Oh, this is gonna take a while. Resistance to fire and cold damage. I think I have this on Karlach before. Hope you're doing well, Lix. Oh boy, there's so many things. Ooh, okay. I'm tired but happy for long weekend ahead. Nice. Long weekend always sounds really good, not gonna lie. I love myself a long weekend. Honestly though, don't we all? Long weekend, great. What does it mean if your cat tries to lick a phone? The cat sends something that it likes? Question mark? Doesn't licking usually means that it likes that particular thing? Question mark? This one bonus is spell save DC while threatened? Huh, I didn't realize that went for inanimate object too, but I suppose that makes sense. You never know what they like. Okay, this is for Shadow Heart. This is for Shadow Heart. Oh, that's a lot of items. I'm going to interpret it as my cat likes you as well. Oh my god! I've been approved by Kitty! I love Kitty too. Oh. Oh, the mysterious artifact is somehow not... It's somehow bound to me and not to Shadowrun anymore. That's a little weird. But it's fine, I guess. Shadowheart can live without it. I'm sure. Oh wait, I need that one bone. Okay. At least I'm not encumbered anymore.
Wonder what's past this.
Oh, wait, do I not have Cat's Grace anymore? Increase your dexterity score by 2 to make... Increase your jump distance... Wait, what? No more advantage? Oh, that's weird. Cool. Ooh. Ichi.
Let's see.
I should take this. Wolverine hammer? Ah, crap. Minus 13 HP? Yeah, it's fine.
Hello and welcome.
VT Bun Bun, thank you. Welcome in. Oh, shiny, nice. Shiny, mine. Kitty is in pets, nice. Need to pet the kitty. Must pet kitty. I forgot where my teams are. Hit up Outer City for room and board. Join the Flaming Fist. Try not to strangle Roland.
These boots have seen everything.
Nice. Oh. Oh, Karlach's encumbered. Nice. This sounds like a lovely place to vacation. Is it? But it's a prison. So how's the adorable Kobo holding up in the game? Wow. Carney, hi. Welcome in. I'm holding up pretty well, I think. I jumped down. No, I did jump down. I went to the road to Baldur's Gate and then decided to do the stupid thing as to get the trying to run through the absolute camp, and now I'm here. I just got my things back. Found any friendly kobolds? No friendly kobolds yet. Someone told me there's one, but I don't know. I'm starting to losing faith. I'm trying to find kobold. Never been held back by the outdated standard of D&D. Is the outdated standard of D&D is like all kobolds are hostile towards everyone? Man, if that's it, that's kind of sad. I don't remember where my team are. Oh. Hurrio von Wind. Hi. Sorry if I butchered your name. Not all kobolds in D&D, just some. Depends on the DM. Okay. Finding kobolds is a good goal to pursue. Yeah. I did find some kobolds, but they're all like drunk and well, hostile. It's kind of sad, but just call you Perry. All right, from Tika. I recognize the name. Hope you're doing good. All right, there we go. Moonrise Tower prisoner log. The sample of Balthazar experiment now take priority. All prisoners are to be sent to his lab on his return, including Nimble, Nichols, and Woburn. Oh god. Doing alright, just resting before running off again. Gallivanting all over the place. Oh. What were you gonna do? Good luck. How goes BG3? Pretty good. All things considered, not gonna lie.
Seems simple enough.
It's the same thing. just my dumb brain decided to get caught. Well, not get caught, but decided to go through the absolute camp, and now I'm here. Man, I feel like I have to jump in here. Although I did make a separate save for this one. Yeah, this is a separate save. And also this one. As someone who plays and runs D&D, this game is giving me joy. Ooh. I heard that this game is very... It's very close to being like a real D&D experience. It is? Ah, that's really good. Since I don't know anything about D&D, like before playing this game, I have zero knowledge on D&D. But after playing this game for a little bit, I finally know what 1D 4 looks like. And then there's like D alone numbers. Ooh.
This calls for careful footwork.
All the mechanics are here just faster because computers. The culture, yeah. people are calling it caltrops. I finally know why. Oh. What's going on? I cannot see the red spot. Hi, how you doing?
I have to survive this.
Ignis. What kind of build are you running with? Dragonborn I see at least. I run Monk Bard. You can fight 6 enemies here in less than an hour, and you definitely can't do that in the original version of the game. Oh! Like before the full release of this game or other game?
My turn. Under their noses.
Oh, good.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Bonk. Eek. And then we need to kill them one more. Hi, Astarion. It's your turn. Uh-oh. Oh, that's bad. Should hide. Monk Bard sounds like a ton of fun. At least I personally like punching, so that's why I initially go for Monk. There's only one of them. Nice. Oh. What's happening? Taking out enemy took like an hour. In tabletop D&D, but BG1 works too. She's Carney. There's no going to capitalize my name. Ah. Dual wielding soldiers was a fun time. I mean, I still kind of want to do it, but all the enemies seems really strong. Like, especially around this, around after playing it for a long time now. And then the enemies are getting stronger. I cannot use sausage anymore. As much as I want to. Ooh.
Survival is all that matters.
Too strong for meat, yeah, sadly. I think I can try to pull them, but I need to save my key points for a little bit. Or do I? Nah, I don't need that.
With haste.
Let's pull them. Come here. Oh, we take those. In the beginning, sure, taking out 6 enemies takes a while, but and at level 5 onwards, let's say a sorcerer can take out 6 enemies at once with a spell. One spell destroys 6 enemies? I mean, I've seen that. I fought like a boss that's like a coin, the coin boss. Yeah, that was not fun. That one single boss just team wipes me turn 1. The context of my first campaign is to play in over 3 years being undermannered run of Curse of Strahd. So maybe there's some context that would help with understanding. Would it? Also, I'm trying to TPK you guys. Strahd is the most forgiving module. Five people to cancel last minute. Oh god. I mean, I assume each campaign takes a long time. How long exactly, I don't know, but in the back of my head, I would assume somewhere around a few days. Like, every night we do it, and it's like a few days. A few nights. Probably. No cursed stone left unturned. Infiltrate Moonrise Tower. Wait, I'm in Moonrise Tower? So now we're running 3 characters. Let's just say mine is a glorified tank and we have no healing. Curse of Strahd is not one you won with few folks. If you play 5 hours every day, let's say Lost Mines of Fandelver, the most beginner-friendly module, it'll take at least a week or 2 depending on... But then again, look at what I'm doing with this game.
This feels like it'd stretch all the way to the Sea of Swords on a clear day. If this place ever gets a clear day.
These guys doesn't kill me. I totally did not kill anyone in there. Just don't look inside. It's fine. If you make your own custom campaign, they can be as long or short as you make them. Or you can make your own custom campaign. Ooh. Uh-oh.
You! Halt! Her thoughts invade your own, hunting for recognition. Your parasite offers it readily.
My apologies. Welcome back, true soul. What news?
Welcome back. I've never been here before. This is a report. What news inside? More importantly, why is one of our rank on guard duty? I've infiltrated an encampment of harpers protected by a cleric of Saluna. That's for superiors to know. Great news, your imminent Great news, your imminent death. I ran homebrew and the first arc is still ongoing. We play over a year. Oh. Very short ones tend to be called one-shots, with the intention being thinly end in 1 or maybe 2 sessions. Oh, okay. I don't want to be a true soul, to be honest. I just want to, like... I don't want them. But I do want your money. Could you perhaps give me your money? There. Enjoy shoes. Little to report. What's news inside?
General Ketheric's advisor went off on a field trip. Zarel's in charge till he gets back. Zarel's in the audience chamber, true soul. Go right ahead.
That's what I call an invitation. Let's find Zarel and get this caravan moving.
In her name.
Praise the Absolute. You! Halt!
Her thoughts invade you.
True soul. A pleasure. What news from the field? General Catherine Zarel's in the...
Let's hope this Zarel likes what we have to say.
Who's Zarel in her name?
Praise the...
What was that? Do we have to hold everyone? No? Okay. If this makes it better or worse, we have a Fey Warlock, an Oath of Conquest Paladin, and an Order of the Lycan Blood Hunter. It's a disaster party anyway, and the module doesn't matter. It sounds like a solid lineup, currently. If you have a capable DM who can take that into account, Straff shouldn't be too much of a slog. Ooh. Oh, it's just here. Okay, so exploring here should be fine. Boy, there's nothing here. You need to find kobolds. But then again, there's so many things to do here. Oh. I love how they call me True Soul, but then they just like... they kill me anyway. Hi. What?
I'll feel that one later.
A new face. Do as the warden says, when she says, and you'll be fine.
I mean, I think they're already dead.
Plant one foot in front of the other. Head forward. Back straight. Make them fear you.
Okay, that's good advice.
Let's see what this does.
Solid advice. Stomp. Does that work for a kobold? Can a kobold induce fear on someone else? They can easily. Yep, it won't work. Hi, you lost the game. In what regard do I lost the game?
We once called monsters.
Hi. Not this game. D game? Oh no, you lost me. No, my brain.
A new face come to bask in the light of the Absolute. How can I be of service, true soul?
New face we've met before at the Goblin Camp.
Of course. Just before some godless lunatic purged the place of every innocent soul. A pity neither of us saw what happened.
Careful, this sounds like an accusation. Speak for yourself, I had a pretty good view of the star. Careful, this sounds like an accusation. Let me trade first before anything. You don't know about the game? I cannot say that I do. The wearer gets a +1 bonus to unarmed attack rolls and the unarmed attack deals additional 2. Ah, but Dragon Fire Fist though. Ah, this one is not a dragon. Get out. Get 5 kobolds in a room and they'll either pack tactics you or draconic cry you to them, taking advantage every time. Someone doesn't know about the game? Huh? Wait, what? If you remember the game you lose, you need to state so out loud. Once you learn the rules you are a play. I am 200% lost. What's going on? D game? Welcome to the game? Is it like a Steam game or something? It's a game of only loot. Huh? Nobody can win it essentially. Whoa. Oh god. Wow, I am mega intrigued. What is that? If you're winning, you never know it. It's called Welcome to the Game. That's the game name on Steam, question mark? I hope I'm not being dumb. No? No. Huh? It's a strange social experiment that a lot of folks learned about in, I say, middle school. It's strange, but was fun to make a room of people groan all at once. A little silly. It's a game that lives in your head. I am familiar with the White Bear experiment. It's basically that, but a social thing that developed out of nowhere. Can't say that I have. Maybe it's not a thing in Malaysia. Just maybe. Just maybe. In Malaysia, I never heard of those things. To be completely honest, I'm like, yeah, I never heard of those things at all. That's why I'm mega lost, probably. Although, let me buy all the potions real quick. It only recently came to your country. I don't know about my country, but, you know, at least around where I live, it's like very... Nah, I don't know. Adults are quite immune. All the kids are going on about it in schools. Malaysia may not have heard about it yet. Probably. Just don't think about it and you win. Thank goodness it's been around far too long here. Just don't think about it and you win. Think about what? Is there a thing that I need to not think about? Now you're... why am I... what am I learning? I don't know what's going on. I don't think I want banish. Although I just kind of want money. I want all the money. She's huh? Already using the professional strat here. I'm doing just fine. I'll take it. I have zero clue on what's happening, but I'll take it. Yeah. Your money is mine. My money is mine. Let me take all your shiny. Buy all the money? Sounds about right. Still 700. I love how every furry streamer is making a Dragonborn in this game. Well, obviously. I mean, I have to make a Dragonborn just because I love dragons so much. It's either Dragonborn or Tiefling. We really do have only one brain cell in this fandom, don't we? Hey, look. If that's a kobold... If that's a kobold, just saying. I will place the kobold 200%. Oh, that's too much. Something for 1 gold? If there are options for cat or dog folk, I'm sure the ratios will be very different. True. True. There is Tabaxi Lex? I'm not sure if they've been added as a playable race to BG3. And kobolds are funny little lizard people, and they deserve to run the full gamut of alignments just like any other culture. Kobold #1. An arrow of dragon slaying? I don't like this arrow. I hate it. Exotic material. Add your dexterity modifier to your armor class. Ooh. Creatures have disadvantage on saving throws when you're resisting your attacks and spells that inflict restraint. Yeah, I don't want to let you keep... You cannot keep that one gold. Oh, that's ad going on. Your gold is mine. Thank you. Careful, this sounds like an accusation.
The guilty ear hears blame in every breath. But you're among friends here, Trousseau. Look around. All manner of beasties united against the enemies of the Absolute. Quite a god to bring them all together, and quite a fool who draw their ire. Hmm?
You almost sound concerned for my safety. We need more furry-friendly TTRPGs. With a furry-friendly DM, you can have all the furry and scaly variation as flavor. I just need kobold. I think there's a couple of one-page TTRPGs that would fit the bill. Honey Heist and The Witch is Dead come to mind. You almost sound concerned for my safety.
More concerned that your business might be bad for my business. So don't go kicking the hive while there's still some honey to be had.
Alright. There's two traders here.
Where do you hail from? I was a farrier in Desarin Valley.
Lantern.
My brothers had the... Well, Flo didn't tell a lie. She said you'd find me, and here you are. Karlak, isn't it?
Now there's a name I'd hope never to hear again. What was Flo doing here?
Didn't think to quiz her about her business.
Enough, I want to trade, not chat. Karlak, who's Flo?
Florenta the Garotta. A Cambion I knew back in Avernus. She was the closest thing I had to a friend. That said, she would have choked the life out of me if I ever turned my back on her. The fact that she knows where I am, where I might be going, doesn't exactly delight me.
If she rears her head, we'll handle her. Oh, does she want with you? Is she a threat?
Maybe. Probably. I don't know. She's a half-devil. Impossible to read. I wouldn't have given her the time of day, but even I needed a laugh once in a while. What can I say? The bitch had good jokes.
Enough chatter. Your friend gave me 3 soul coins, said I could sell them if I wanted. But if I kept them for you, she'd consider it a favor owed.
Soul coins, huh? Those could come in handy.
We shouldn't take anything offered by the devil, too risky. I mean, true. We've seen what the devil can do, it's kinda scary. AA, AAA budget entries on the level of Blades, Pathfinder, or D&D. Need a Red Wall TTRPG. Red Wall? There might be one. Issues need to be dug out. May not be the most balanced, but there might be one. I'll say this and see what Karlak thinks about it. We shouldn't take anything offered by the devil, too risky.
Cambion, but you're right. Then again, they could really come in handy.
Fine, take the coins.
Sure. But she did have a
of course. Of course.
For every coin you take, you've got to hear the story of the soul trapped inside.
There you have it. Flo came all this way just to try to make me feel like shit. Clever use of her time. Memorized a bunch of sad stories on her behalf, did you?
Didn't need to. Your Flo did some devil woo-woo and stuck 'em in my head. Couldn't forget now if I wanted to. Do you want the coins or not?
God, I don't want that. Love the correction. Cambion? Yeah. Is Cambion different? What is a Cambion? See, that's a better question. What's a Cambion? I'm on my phone. Cambion. Meaning? Drift? 5E? Fishing map? Conception Isaac? What? In European mythology and literature since at least the 90th century, a cambion is the offspring of an incubus, a succubus, or other type of demon with a human. Oh, it's a demon, not devil. So demon and devil seems like a really different thing in this game. They're very touchy about the difference, and they hate each other. Ah, okay. No, we're not playing her little game. I don't want Karlach to feel like shit.
Alright, suit yourself.
Oh.
Have a trade or whatever. Then, let's get out of here.
Oh. I thought you
She said Karlach might say that. And she said to let her have it her own way. You can take a look at the rest of my lot if you like. Got good weapons in search of a worthy wielder.
Karlach disapproves. Sorry, Karlach. Sentinel weapon. Gain a +1 bonus to initiative rolls and advantage on perception ability checks. So tieflings are devil associated while cambions are demon associated? The more you know. Oh. Wonder Home is inspired by Redwall, but it's not a traditional TTRPG. It seems to focus more on players' interactions with each other and storytelling than battling or dice rolls. When you make an attack roll as a reaction, you make it with advantage. Ooh. Hey, I kind of like this weapon. And I do love halberd. While only holding one weapon in your main hand and nothing in your free hand. +2 bonus to melee weapon attack rolls. +3 to initiative rolls. But, oh, it's a clothing. While raging, the wearer generates 2 turns of wrath. Constitution +2. This is for Karlach, isn't it? I mean, Karlach is now wearing heavy armor. Big boy chew toy. Big boy chew toy? What? Often mistakes for a relic of the wizard Bigby's creation, this staff was ironically made as a bite stick for Bigby's dog Big Boy. What? Who's the large fellow? Growing size to become stronger. Interesting weapon. Okay. Titan weapon. This will do additional damage equal to your strength modifier. Though some tieflings are demonic in origin, abyssal, and the devilish origin tieflings, infernal, hate and shun them. And cambions are demons, not just associated. Yeah, you're gonna love Big Boy Chew Toy. With advantage? Ooh. God, 2,000. Holy heck, everything is so expensive. My money. Fine. There you go. I hate how my brain heard Carlock disapproves and immediately thought back to Morrigan from DA Origins. I hope she is nowhere near as hard to please. I don't know if Carlock is actually hard to please. I feel like Carlock is like the easiest one by far. Oh, personally, I feel like. A drow elf? Nah. Gosh, someday I'm gonna get that money back.
Better hope you can handle what I've got.
Ooh.
Hey, good looking.
13. 13 armor class. Oh, because of the helmet as well, I think. Oh, it is because of the helmet. Oh, shit.
A long road ahead.
If you have coin, then show it.
You never peddle your wares with that attitude. What do you have to offer? Any helmet that I can wear? Oh, oh my god. Oh, so many pets. Oh my god. Thank you.
Get moving, will you?
Ever at your service.
Any helmet? Relentless Revenge. When the wielder has 50% hit points or less, they deal an additional 1 to 4 slashing damage. It's conditional, it's not even that good. Also, I'm looking this up and I swear I should have predicted that a certain human ranger would make an appearance at some point. Bob the Ranger? Who? Not again. It's the things I don't know what's going on. Marksmanship. +1 bonus to attack roll and thrown attack rolls. That's good for Karlach, right?
An honor, trousseau.
Cool.
Wanna dance?
Nice. There, now I can rage properly. Don't worry, I never know what I'm talking about. Honestly, same. It's a D&D in joke. Ah, okay.
All right, what now?
Oh. Why do I feel like I've seen you before?
Hush. Meat sounds above. Here.
For a moment, you do hear it. Flesh sliding on stone, like a living being extending through the walls.
Oh God. Something in the walls? What is it?
Big! In walls above! Maybe whole tower. Loudest near kitchen. But Mig banned. Not allowed to pet nose.
Oh, sad Mick. Mick just wants to pet no.
You find meat? You share.
Hello there. Big monster woman enjoyer, I assume. I don't know, but I do enjoy all forms of dragons. No bias, you know. Just Kobo things, I guess.
What's hiding here?
Where's the kitchen? She seemed nice. She does seem pretty nice, not gonna lie. Like, she just wants to pet. Huh?
This is the spot that's marked on that map.
On what map? She just wants to pet. No, Kitty.
I need a quick word.
Steel Claw. Oh my God, you have the best name ever.
Yours is a face I shred in my dreams. One who kicked the steel claw as if I was some stray. I am a champion hunter. When I lick my pelt, I taste blood.
I love you already.
Ghost dragon, harbinger of death, child of the end. The tower feared you so, but one day I shall pry you apart, scale by scale.
Fortunately for you, the slithering vermin I hunt has my attention. For now.
I love Steel Claw. Let her pet nose, damn it. Yeah. Just cat thoughts. Talking cat, not even surprising at this point. Oh, I have talked with animals on, so yeah. They don't talk just because I can understand them. I'm gonna drop a lurk here and get gallivanting. Gonna go get some sushi. Another. Oh! I couldn't believe it. I need to get sushi someday. I crave it. And then getting an insane lot of dice for D&D. So lurk mode engage. Thanks for the lurk, Perry. Appreciate you. Enjoy sushi. What do you mean I kicked you? We never met. Try to remember what was forgotten. Don't risk delving into the past horrors. Ask about the tadpole. My past evils are lost to me. Now I admire your hunt. I admire your hunt.
I will split and burst their every skin.
I braved lapping waters and leaking ships to find this prey. I butchered many, and will butcher many more.
God, Steel Claw is so strong.
This one I toy with. I slice, I tear, and when the time is right, I will bite its head off and bathe in its innards.
Wow, this cat is so strong. Oh my God. I removed the vitals, turned the skin inside out, then stop. Hey, yo. Now, hey, chill out, me? Chill out? You know that tadpole is dead, right? Oh, wait, are you talking about the tadpole? Good luck with the hunt, Steel Claw. I think this is Dark Urge. I think this is Dark Urge speaking. And you know what? With all these Steel Claw talking about, let me see if I can top that one. I want to try if I can top what a cat does. Yeah, that's the thing. If I emulate their speech patterns, I might earn their favor.
Do not mock me, braggart.
Oh, shit.
Not every murderer has opposable thumbs. We cannot all create. I can only destroy!
Now I must return to my prey. It has been too long since it felt the bite of fear.
I love Steel Claw. Mutual. Just for that, I get mutual respect. Karlach is inspired by Kitty. Meet the tadpole hunt. Oh, it's a tadpole hunting cat.
Quiet, lest I miss its cries for mercy.
Oh wait, isn't my flea a tadpole? Can you hunt for a tadpole inside?
What's the story?
Oh. Oh, look at the kitty! Oh my god! This is just like the very same behavior of a kitty. Just sleeps around whenever they want. Hey, can I wake you up?
These are the stalking grounds of Steel Claw, furless one. Tread lightly. Fortunately for you, the slithering vermin I hunt has my attention. For now.
Oh. Slithering vermin? Murder every single one you find.
I intend to.
Good.
I braved lapping waters and leaking ships to find this prey. I butchered many, and will butcher many more. But this one I toy with. I slice, I tear, and when the time is right, I will bite its head off and bathe in its innards!
I must return to my prey. Immediately takes a nap. It sounds about right. You know that tadpole is dead, right? You're a little bit intense. So it is... it is the darker speaking. Oh my god. It was the darker speaking. That morbid thought. Yeah. I mean, it sounds about right. Darker is some fucked up thoughts. How boring. Surely we can be a bit more creative. And good luck with the hunt, Steelclaw.
Luck is not needed. Merely patience and a thirst for blood. Hunt fast and hunt well.
Good stuff. I love Steelclaw.
At least things have stayed in.
She's violent. Well, yeah, cat home?
I'm way too big.
You can say that again. What? Who traded?
Just a pinch of... Ah, is this hallucinogenic? Araj Oblordra, trader in blood and the sanguineous arts. It is a pleasure to stand before a true soul and your pale companion.
Huh?
I'd like to offer my services, if you're willing.
What is a trader in blood exactly? Why are you interested in my pale friend? Why are you interested in my pale friend?
Please. You think someone in my line of work wouldn't recognize a vampire spawn when they see one? I trade in blood, and the potions that can be wrung from it. I'm more than happy to make you one, if you'd honor me with your blood. With one drop, I can brew a rather potent potion for you. The rest, I keep for myself.
What kind of potions is this exactly? And what exactly would you do with the blood you keep? Yeah. Big dragonborn woman. I'm into it. What kind of potion is this exactly?
No idea, but it will be unique to you. Your blood essence and the Absolute's blessing intertwined. We can learn exactly what that means together,
And what exactly would you do with the blood you keep?
Research, naturally. A little experimentation, perhaps. I have an innate curiosity for all things sanguine.
Alright. Sounds interesting. Let's do it.
Just a little prick and it's all over. Close your eyes. There we are. All of your very best traits in a bottle. Use it well.
That was fast.
Although perhaps there's one more thing we could discuss. Your friend. He's a vampire, no? Or one of their spawn, at least.
Oh, don't worry. We're all friends under the Absolute. I won't bite.
Oh, I'd prefer if you did. I assume he belongs to you?
He does what I tell him, if that's what you mean. Yes, oh my. I much prefer Karlach, to be honest. Look, I don't know what I'm doing. I just like taking people's blood, okay? As much as I like to stay sleep calls. Alright, Carney. Thanks for hanging around. Have good sleep. Appreciate you. Should never be awake at 7. Wait a minute. Like 0 sleep, 7. You know what? I did that before. All good. But still, sleep. Sleep good. Have good sleep, Carney. No, we travel together, that's all.
Ah, it's like that. Do you have a name, Spawn?
Astarion, but hold on.
Good. Now, Astarion. I've dreamt of being bitten by a vampire since I was a young girl.
I'm sorry, you want to be bitten?
To feel your life's blood slipping away. To dance on the edge between life and death.
Huh.
Yes. I want it.
Wow.
I'll even compensate you. A potion of legendary power that forever increases the strength of the one who consumes it. It's not for sale. But it's yours. If you bite me.
I will have to decline.
Excuse me? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you're squandering it.
I gave you my answer.
Can't you talk some sense into your obstinate charge?
I'm surprised, Astara. I thought you'd jump at the chance like this. Just bite her. The potion sounds useful. I'm always up at 6. I'm up at 6 on Tuesday and Wednesday because of work. But when I'm not, during stream days, Thursday to Monday, I usually up at 8 around. More or less. Yeah, around 8. But 6, I don't like it. It is what it is, though. Good luck with D&D. Thank you. You know what? I respect Astarion. He said, no, there's nothing more to discuss. Okay, Astarion seems a very not like this, alright? I have to respect Astarion. You have to respect Astarion's decision. I don't care if that potion is legendary and it sounds good and whatever. It sounds great, but when Astarion says no, I have to respect it, okay?
How very disappointing.
All good. Dragonborn prowess, fire. I'll keep that potion with me forever. Where's that potion? Where's the potion? Oh, this one. You have advantage on intimidation and persuasion checks, resistant to fire damage, and can use fireball once until your next long rest. That sounds pretty cool. Sounds hot. Yeah. Sounds really good. Wait, sorry. One of blood, Vander elixirs, distilled from a specific sanguine quality, and with properties aligned to an equally specific race. Can I get that again? Can I buy it?
Welcome back, true soul.
I would try my blood for a potion.
Oh? Well, I'm afraid I have quite enough for my purposes. From you, at least. If you know of any other true souls willing to aid my research, though, do send them my way.
Alright, show me a stock. 1d4 bonus to attack rolls against creature marked by Hunter's Mark, True Strike, Fairy Fire, and Guiding Bolt. I have none of those. Advantage on attack rolls and receive disadvantage on saving throws. Wow. Ignore the effects of difficult terrain, cannot be paralyzed or restrained. Wow. Spell save DC. Oh, hey, it's the same one, but different skill. +1 bonus to unarmed attack rolls and damage for throwing attacks. Armor class +1. I kinda like this. When the creature reverberation deals damage to the wearer, the creature needs to make a Constitution saving throw to become dazed. I kinda want this one as well. I mean, resistant to being paralyzed sounds really strong, not gonna lie. I'll just give you money, raw. 14k.
Come back anytime.
My god. It's the same. Ignore the effects of difficult terrain, cannot be paralyzed or restrained. I think good for Shadowheart?
Wits and blades, always sharp.
Yeah, I can change the mind shielding. There we go.
What to do? Ah, is this
Mm,
hallucinogenic?
I'm getting a tad bit hunky. I didn't save. I cannot move. What's going on? Oh.
We did as we was told, General. Followed every order.
Oh, I know you.
The facts suggest otherwise. You were ordered to retrieve the artifact. You failed to do so.
Us? No, it was Minthara. She got the orders. She...
Enough!
A blast of mental energy washes over you, filling the room. Your tadpole squirms, urging you to obey.
Wow.
You failed to retrieve the artifact. You failed to protect your true soul. You do not deserve to live.
Here. Oh no. Weren't they the one that plays with the gnomes? Now, do I want to save them? Is kind of the question. I can trade. You have no gold? I don't know about wanting to save them, to be honest. Hang on, I need to buy something real quick. Yeah, I love Larian Studios because you can just do this. There's a trade button here. You can just like press it and just go into, hey, do you have something to sell? No? Alright, thank you. Here. Don't kill them, they are loyal followers of Absolute. I mean, what does here even do? Here just means that I want to be killed. The thing is, there's so many strong people here. They are all very strong, I believe. It'll be not good to fight them all. Yeah, I cannot change character. Sorry, didn't mean to press that. Keep silent, keep watching. Fine. Just for this time, I'll keep silent and keep watching. I feel kind of bad doing that though, but I don't think I can do anything much if they just decide to kill me. Like, do you see this guy over here? The armor? Yeah. My moral compass is spinning.
Mercy, General! Please!
General Thorm?
Let our newest arrival speak.
What?
You have seen what these creatures are capable of, and you have seen their inadequacies, isn't that so? What is your judgment?
Did you save? No, I didn't.
You know I'm loyal! Tell him!
Enough! True Soul, tell the General how the goblins served our cause.
I saw the horse that committed in the Absolute's name. Attack the half-orc and the general. I don't think finding them here is a good idea, but here's the thing. I feel like if I were to save these goblins, they could help me fight General Thorn afterwards. I feel like they might be able to help us fight Catherick. When it comes to me wanting to fight them, I think it's absolutely possible. Let's try to save them. Did I save? When's my last save? Oh, that's very far. I'm not trying to save scum, but I'll live with my choices, yes? As like this is my first playthrough, I'll try not to like change the game, change the dialogue option just because I get something that the something that I get is undesirable. Do you plan on attacking the general? Yes, I do. 100%. It is what Jaheira wants. They're faithful soldiers, you set them free. They are not, but I'm saying this.
See? What I tell ya? Praise the Absolute.
Faith without action is anemic, sickly, in a word, useless.
Oh, oops. Well,
we are too close to the ending and the new beginning. I can coddle failure no longer.
Sorry, I tried.
Kill them quickly.
What? No! You creaking old bag of shit!
Whoa, shit. Really? Nah, there's no way. I can regenerate.
I'm so sorry, my lord. She's an unbeliever outside my control.
Try again.
Oh, that is the scariest thing. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo, what the f— No way. Shit.
Dispose of the rest as you see fit. Or better yet, Let us take advantage of our surprising guest and their particular creative genius. I'm sure the results will send a clear message to the troops on the importance of discipline.
Of course, my lord. Thank you. You heard the General. The goblins are yours. Deal with them however you wish.
Wait a goddamn second. What is this choices? Now wait just a goddamn minute here, game. I'm really out to do anything. Thank you, I'm really gonna enjoy this. Contain your excitement. What the fuck? All of them is... Dark Urge, please shut the fuck up. I'm trying to focus here. Wowee, I don't know how I feel about this. I'm really allowed to do anything. Might as well go all in. I'm already knee deep on this. Am I knee deep? I'm probably waist deep already. Heck, even neck deep. I don't even know anymore. Fuck it.
They are yours. You can release them, kill them, or feed them to each other for all I care. Just deal with them.
Oh.
Here in the seat of the Absolute's power, your authority over them is complete. They will obey any command.
Oh, so I can choose to not kill
Report
them.
to me upstairs when you're done.
Please! You gotta help me! For old time's sake!
You did try to kill me. Choked. Split yourselves open, crack, and smile where you were. What the fuck? Okay, wait a minute. Holy shit. Wow, my god. Oh, gee, oh, wow. I do not know how I feel about this. This is something. I dream of blood pools deep enough to bathe in. Run me a bath. Break, choke, die. I would do this with my own hands. It's always feel better. Put aside your torment's freedom. Oh. Hey, look, I don't know how I feel about this. See, the thing is, the game wants me to kill them. Is that 5? I don't see it. Huh? Wait, need to buy a snack. Give me a second. Where's that? Where's that corn toast I'm looking at? I need a korbok. The first one is so mega fucked. The first one is so mega fucked. Split yourself open, crack, and smile where you work. Oh my god. Fucking hell, this game is unhinged sometimes. Unhinged, I say. I don't like them. To be completely honest, I do not like them. I don't care what they did to the gnome. Like, that truly is not the case. But like, I don't like how they treated me the first time we met. They were immediately trying to kill me. See, that's the thing, which is why there's so many choices here. Or maybe it's because I'm the Dark Urge, so probably. First option is kind of psychotic, but maybe the most fun? I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I mean, it's psychotic. And the thing, you know what's the most fucked up thing about the first option? The general said that they will obey whatever command that I spit at them, they will obey. That's the thing. They have no say in this. If I say that, they have to do it. Which is kind of fucked, considering how they are so scared right now, and they still have to do it. Oh my god, it's so morbid. I fucking, I can't. I don't know how I feel about this. Everything, it hurts my brain. See, the thing is, moral compass says to freedom, but the dark urge, however, says that I would kill them. No, but for real though, I don't like them. But that doesn't warrant me a kill, you know what I mean? I don't like them. That doesn't mean that I can kill them. Right? It doesn't work that way. The Dark Urge is really trying with this choice. Yeah. Look, the game has Dark Urge and I have my own Dark Urge. This is this is something else. Although, what is this though? I dream a blood pool was deep enough to bathe in. Run me a bath. So are they just gonna bleed themselves out for a bath for myself? Beg, choke, die. Moral compass, moral compass. Okay. Okay, before I choose this again, I know I've been here for 10 hours. I've been on this selection for 10 hours. But hear me out one more time, alright? In this playthrough, I've been trying my hardest to resist the dark urge, right? In this playthrough, I've been trying to resist the dark urge. So if I were to give in right now, I don't know how I feel about that. Thing is, this will likely affect your relation with the general. Yes, that too. But then again, the general is like, I don't care what you do with them, just deal with them. So that's the thing. I don't think it will affect the relation with general, probably. But Thorn? I don't know. I don't know Thorn. But the orc? Probably not. I'm gonna try. Okay, moral compass says I need to free them, and I am trying to resist the dark urge. I am trying to resist the dark urge. I mean, he says that, but I get the feeling they want you to kill them. At least that's what I got. That's. I agree. Yes, as that's actually true. God damn it! Oh. I'm gonna set aside my moral compass for this one. Alright. I'm gonna set aside the moral compass. I am gonna kill them in game. Alright, don't ban me, Twitch. Hear me out. It's in game. Do not ban me, Twitch. Don't ban me just because I said that. It is all fiction. In Minecraft, yes, in Minecraft, I do not intend to hurt anyone. But in-game, probably. Only in-game. Fictional. Don't worry about it. It's all fictional. It's all not real. It's not real. Yeah? This will not haunt me in the future. This will not. I will do this with my own hands. It always feels better. I'm gonna do it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. My moral compass hurts, but I'm doing it. Okay. Wait, none of this real? Am I real? Are spooters real? Oh, spooters are plenty real, I'm pretty sure. I'm doing it. See, Oh, I feel like they're gonna disapprove of me doing this. I feel like they're gonna disapprove of me doing this. They will know, they will hate me forever. But I'm doing it.
Oh, crap! You're gonna enjoy this, ain't ya?
Yeah. Too easy. Too easy. Love that reaction, yeah.
The hammer's gonna fall. Come on, can't stay idle.
Sorry, man. Hobart. Ah, crap. Yeah, they are like the first area enemy. Or I don't think they're enemy. They try to be my enemy. Oh, oh. Don't. Oh, hey, I'm back. Hi. Meek one pet nose. Oh. No, why? Just little dragon, what are you doing? I would destroy this painting. You're the biggest thing here. Capture Null, bring back to her many pets. Yeah. Meg just want to pet Nulls. Gosh. As much as I want to play Mate with Duster. Sorry, ADHD brain coming in. Ooh, Mate with Duster. Can I look at this? Ah. It is truly a masterpiece. Made with Duster. Wow. Admire this. It actually looks like something in Minecraft. Actually looks like something from Minecraft. God, this is beautiful. I can't believe it. I can't. See, this is what I get for playing with a potato PC. Alright. But I'll take my blessing because like the game runs on my PC, alright? And it works. Yip majestic indeed. It is a very yip majestic. Very. But I'm gonna save here and well, I'm gonna go get myself food. Me is hungry. One consummate. I want food.
If you're hearing things, maybe we ought to send you back to the war camp.
Why do I feel like I'm close to ending the game already? Or is it just me? Am I close to ending the game? I mean, I played this for 114 hours. 114 hours in. Am I still in Act 2? I might still be in Act 2. Like, maybe. I'm not too sure. Potato art is still art. Potato art is still good art. We take those. Also, guys, I've been music-wise, I've been listening to. Oh, I'm gonna share the music I've been listening to, like 2 of them, into my Discord. It's like someone remake the NES title music to rock style. You know, one being Shadow of the Ninja is one, and then one being Life Force. I cannot believe it. The game Life Force. It's such a rare game. Like I don't see anyone talking about Life Force, and then someone made a music out of it. It's like, wow, holy shit. Holy crap, that's amazing. Nice, right? I'm gonna share it afterwards. And I forgot to check out the Mastodon thing that Nanok mentioned. The kitty wants to lick your face. So I'm looking at Discord right now. Okay, let me find a raid target real quick. Good morning, Roxas. Good morning, it's 7:13 p.m. Good morning. Had good sleep, I hope. Can you sleep? It's Friday. I request for annoying flying noise. No, please. I will punch. I will actually punch someone for that. I don't want annoying flying noise, because when I sleep and then there's constant fly or mosquito flying around my ear, I want to murder something. In game, not real. Yeah, the mosquito one is like so bad. I couldn't kill them too, because holy shit, it's like I'm sleeping in. When you sleep, it's dark, and mosquito is dark. You cannot see dark in dark. It doesn't work that way. And then fucking mosquito just like around your ears, like fuck. I want to sleep. I cannot. Make the sun redeem's trigger. Make that the sun redeem might make me just stop doing this entirely. I will not be here anymore. That shit pissed me off the charts. I can only say that. It's insane. I argue Housefly is more annoying because it's louder. Yes. Yes. Very. I mean, they are all annoying. Make it stereo one so we can choose the new. What the fuck? We're not playing Baldur's Gate 3 versus Morbid Thought. No way, no. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna raid. Oh wait, let me check if there's another Kobo going on. Nope, there's only me and Daz going on with the Kobold thing. Daz has been streaming for 10 hours. What? And he's still going. Damn, that Daz has stamina. Prime Kobold hours. We're gonna raid Daz. Yeah. We're gonna raid to another fellow Bobold. Sorry, I keep bonking the mic today. Dazzy. Stamina, you say? I mean, is that not? I mean, being able to stream that long, I gonna say that that's like strong stamina. Because me being here for about 7 hours, I'm already so hungry and, well, eepy. Eepy. Alright, let me summon Bernie real quick.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. I also have Discord and also my socials. Well, socials being, I should probably make a link that's shorter so that it's easier to see. Like one link leads to the other. Okay. Thanks, Legs. Let me type in the rate real quick. Okay, type in the rate. I'm thinking sushi, but man, sushi is kind of expensive here. I'm already thinking what I'm gonna get afterwards. Like, sushi. I kind of like sushi though. Get Hofan. Hey, there's no. Hey, oh shit! Actually, there is no Hofan here, way. I don't think I've seen any Hofan here, oh. Hofan. No, there's no Old Town White Coffee here. Or Papa Rich, no, we don't see them here. At least in Miri, you don't see them. Shit, I just noticed. Oh, that's wild. No Hofan here.
All y'all are heckin' cute. Before we go, please stand for the Kobold Anthem. Yippee!
Yeah. I'm still standing up.
E3.
Tree. Nice. That was a beautiful Kobold anthem. Yippee! Then what fast food? What, you have 茄雞士、素雞品、美利包, all of those things. McDonald's also have, all those stuff. Yeah, them. What do you mean, what fast food? Of course we have those. It's just no Old Town or Papa Rich kind of atas fast food. Only snails available, slow food only. Oh no. Is snail edible? I'm scared. Yes, what? Really? Oh god. I don't want to know. Ever eaten snail? Why would I want to eat snail? Nah, I don't want to eat. Tastes like oyster. You mean oyster? Where heard of escargot? It's essentially snail with a lot of butter. Escargot? I think I've seen that word before, but I never really know what it is. But now I know. Yes? It tastes like oyster? I don't think I can handle that. Oh, that is playing with Unity. Nice. Okay, I type in the rate. I'm gonna go get some dinner now. Tomorrow... Yeah, I'm most likely gonna just keep playing Baldur's Gate 3 until we can see an ending. So, yeah. That's about it. Hope you guys had fun, because I had a lot of fun today. Right? So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Love you all. Okay? Night night, guys. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for being here. Here comes the raid to Dazzy. The Kobo King. Kobo King Dazzy. I love his energy. I mean, I love Kobold energy, honestly. It's like I've seen a few Kobold streamers out there that has like truly the Kobold energy is like, hee, I'm gonna destroy everything. This kind of thing. And then you have the kobold here just like kind of chills. Occasional chaos ensues. It's like, I want to destroy everything. Those kind of thing. Those kind of kobold energy is what I love. Something about kobold is just that they are being. Something about kobold is just they are inherently adored. Look, I just like kobolds. I love them. I love them. I love them. Casual destruction is fun. Honestly? Yeah. Yeah. Also, I forgot about this. There you go. And non-separate. Oh, Streamlabs is not stopped anymore. Alright, there we go. See you guys tomorrow. Be safe. Bye bye. Love y'all. Secret raid.